important note for tonight's game. So Mara pointed out... So note yelling late has become a meme on the channel now? Absolutely. Absolutely. You think I'm not going to embrace something like that? That shit's hilarious. That shit's hilarious. I love it. I love it. It's perfect. So a note about tonight's stream. Mara noticed that I accidentally clicked the wrong thing when I started part 2. More specifically, I clicked the right thing, but then I kind of scrolled up and went back and forth through the menu accidentally because I was kind of fidgeting with my mouse. And when it did that, it undid my selection. So I had chosen to start part 2 with our two titular characters kind of crushing on each other. I was like, yeah, let's see where the story goes now, let's do that. But when I accidentally flicked the button, it reset it to not be at that level. So that whole section we did at the beginning wasn't quite correct. It was set up incorrectly. So last night, I went and I did the entire thing again. Now, luckily, because I'm not reading it out loud, I could speed read it. I was able to do it pretty quickly. But I did have to do the final chapter of part 1, the end of part 1, and the beginning of part 2 all over again last night. I was able to get it all done and sort it all out and get it all fixed, so it's fine. The reason why I bring it up is because even in that first opening chapter... Oh no, we're getting cute ships tonight. That's my point. I fixed it so that we would get the cute ships. The skip button is your friend when that happens. Yeah, exactly. We just kind of flew through to the choices, and it wasn't a huge deal. But it is important to note that what we saw at the end of the stream last week was not them being crushy on each other. There are actually moments that are a lot more kind of cutesy that we did miss. And also, I feel like it's important to note our big sister in the story is very, very aware that you kind of have the crush on Cove. It's really cute. She teases the fuck out of you. So there was a few little changes, but for the most part, the overarching stuff is the same, which was nice. We didn't miss too much. But if you notice that, like, the interactions are a little bit different or a little more focused than they were the week before, that's why. So I had to quickly get things back where we wanted it to be, rather than where it was, because where it wasn't where we actually wanted it to be. Just as that heads up. But like the save is all fixed now, everything's good. We are going to be good to go, and honestly, I think it's about time to get started. So I'm going to kick the game on, and we're going to see how the levels are with my speaker system. I used the expression special boy last stream because Elizabeth says that when you're crushing on each other. Yeah, she didn't say it during the stream. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she calls Cove your special boy. It's hilarious. So I am going to ask you all, because at this point when the game starts, the music is going to be louder. If you're hearing an echo through my microphone, please tell me, because I want to know if I can get the levels to be good, or if this is going to be a project that I have to completely reassess. So do let me know that there might be audio jankery. We're trying to avoid it, but there might be. All right, let's get the game up. Okay. So that level is good for everybody because it's too quiet for me, so I'm going to turn up my speakers a little bit. I'm not going to turn it up in the program, but I'm going to turn it up on my speakers. Alright, so I've done it. Let me know at any point if anybody hears any echoing happening. Unnecessary information update. I've overeaten. Oof, that's rough. No echo so far? Awesome. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen while I'm talking. You might hear the music twice because I have pretty good filters on. But yeah, just keep me posted. Thank you. let's continue on. Just for a heads up for anyone who might be interested, Nintendo eShop is having a Black Friday sale. It's right at the top of the featured page. Oh shit. Okay. I'll have to take a look. Capture? Oh, yeah, the capture is... Thank you. I was so busy worried about the noise that I didn't even notice the capture wasn't going. Steam is having a sale, and it's dangerous. There's some stuff on the Steam sale that is scary. There we go. Now, Mara, I will trust your expertise if you think that there is a good order of chapters to go. What's up? Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Growing? Okay. The winter sale will be bigger, or was it the autumn stream that has more percent? I'm not sure, but I'm definitely gonna take a look at it. Yeah, and I'll definitely look at the Pokemon sale or the Nintendo sale too. So I did buy Pokemon after you and Mara decided that I needed to have Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. I did buy it, so it is on the way. Good. That's what's. I know. I felt I couldn't not when it was specifically sent for that purpose, so I did. So we will probably do a Nuzlocke of it after Everhood. However, I will say this: one of the goals that's in my Streamiversary stream is a Mr. Fish lock, where all I can catch are water Pokemon, and if I run into a Magikarp, it has to take a spot in the party, even if I already have one. So when we get the game, we'll do a Nuzlocke, but if we hit the goal during the stream, I will also do a Mr. Fish lock. And if I do a Mr. Fish lock, I will do it dressed as the fisherman from Pokemon, because I have the cosplay. Things to keep in mind. Quick change. Takes out wallet. That's not for 3 weeks. It's not for 3 weeks. I'm just letting you all know now. Other than that, it's pretty much however you want. Tend to do soiree last. But it's not as major recommendation as growing first. I mean, I can do that. Growing first, soiree last, and whatever I want in the middle, that's easy. Is it measured in CAD? Yes, I will be measuring in CAD. Most of the donation sites like go through USD, but like I'll be counting it in Canadian dollars. Yes, I'll be counting it in Canadian dollars. So your money goes further, because Canadian ain't worth shit. Yeah, so when I'm saying $25 for a shot of maple syrup, I'm saying 25 Canadian dollars, not 25 USD or 25 euros. Yeah, exactly. You got a $1.40. All right, let's get into this. Don't remind me that Canadian ain't worth shit. I can't help it. I will. It's just a fact. It's just a fact of life, man. And okay, cool. Making sure that I'm not missing. Yes, thank you for the honk. Early one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything else inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still being pretty lazy. You, your moms, and your sister were lounging around while the TV blared in the backdrop, ignored by all of you. We were so close to par, it's true, we got so close. You, specifically, were lying spread eagle on the carpet, sitting cross-legged on the floor. I wish crab rave was an option. That's what crab rave is, Note Pass. First on the arm of the couch, draped over the coffee table, sitting cross-legged on the floor. If crab raving in the middle of the living room was an option, that is what I would be doing, but alas. You looked out the windows at the backyard, not that there was anything of particular interest to watch. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was lying on her back over the couch, massaging her calf with one hand. I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house and my legs hurt. Mom looked up from the magazine she'd barely been flipping through and frowned, concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth flailed briefly, then flopped to her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts.
Sweetie.
Oh, sweetheart. Ma got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to your sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains? You could be taller by next fall. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Ma's assessment. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Mom walked over too, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon, Elizabeth will have a home of her own. Maybe even with a nice husband and some kids if she feels like it. She sniffed loudly and wiped at her eye, but you could tell it was just a bit. You tilted your head. Even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys, it was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or a husband. She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Tall family wouldn't know what that's like. Yeah, not you, Pint. Not you at all. Mom must agree with you because she shook her head.
No.
Let's not exaggerate. She's practically still a child. But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely. We're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust.
No.
No way. I'm not talking to my moms about that. Mom's jaw dropped and she gasped in an exaggerated display of shock. Her hand came up to rest against her chest. Ma only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It really wouldn't be so bad to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't, but I can listen anyway. Bi mom and lesbian mom confirmed. Mom snorted at her own joke while Ma burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up.
Thanks.
I'm going back to my room. I'd rather melt alone, thanks. She strode off towards the staircase, taking the steps two at a time. Your mom stared after her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Whoops, looks like we scared her off with all that romance talk. No, they weren't. They were clearly not having nearly enough fun at Elizabeth's expense. I mean, I feel like that's part of the fun of being a parent is teasing your sassy child, right?
Well?
Oh well, we'll get her next time. You watched them titter with some surprise. Obviously, your mom's liked women, but you had no idea that Ma liked guys too. Today was the first time you'd heard her say something like that. Ma, I thought you only liked ladies. You like guys too? She turned to you, happy to bring you into things now that you'd spoken up. She smiled and nodded. That's right, I like both. But I like your mom most out of everyone. She's special. That's cute. Ma's smile turned all soft in the corners, like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheek lightly. Aw, the moms are still... I love that I love that our moms very clearly still fucking, like, have the hots for each other. That's great. So many mommies. There are so many moms in this game. If Elizabeth gets to have fun at our expense, then we get to have fun at hers. Hard agree. Mom reached a cup of hand over Ma's. Even when Ma stopped pulling her cheek, their hands remained clasped together. She's a ladies' lady and I'm a guy's guy. Hell yeah, Andrew.
You're fantastic.
Aww. Thanks, Lonnie. I think most women have charm, but no one can hold a candle to you.
Aww.
Aw, Pamela. Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek she'd been pinching before. You laughed at their antics. You thought the moment was really sweet. You cringed. Parents were embarrassing. I thought it was sweet. You smiled to yourself at the sight. No matter how often your moms expressed feelings for each other, it was always nice to witness it. Ma looked back to you, letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze. She settled down next to you, and Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. In fact, I think that talk might be needed sooner for you. In fact, after all, you already have someone, isn't that right? Subtle, Ma. Mom shook her head and elbowed Ma, but it was futile. Meddler. You blushed fiercely. You also elbowed her. Ma! I don't have someone. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I would also elbow. You're gonna loot. Yeah, get that FL Studio running, Andrew. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Ma only giggled and smiled, not looking the least bit apologetic. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want.
It's okay.
Don't think you have to stick to whatever you come up with right now, either. Life's nice like that. It can change and you can learn. Mom nodded her agreement. The two of us are happy to hear you out, and we may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. Look at these fucking great parents. These great fucking parents. She gave Ma the weakest scathing look possible while being unable to stop grinning. Be looking for the moment as well. Have fun, keep being cute. Mikey, you're so sweet. Hello, Alice. Mikey, thank you for the lurk as well. You come into stream and get immediately blasted with them. It's the moms. Every time someone brings up Fruity Loops, all I can think about is the Steve Jobs versus Bill Gates epic rap battle. It's so true, Pint. Nope, Fruity Loops. PC. Thanks, you nodded silently, you shrugged, don't have to worry about it. Thanks. How are you, Alice? How are you doing this evening? Well, evening for me. I think it's evening for you. Yeah, that's how time works. I'll think about it.
Wonderful.
Good, that's all we ask for. Mom let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth and now you, Cygnus? Do you have to grow up? Yes. Children tend to do that from time to time. You just beat Dread in 244? In hard mode? What the fuck, Alice? What the fuck, Alice? Alice, can you please start streaming just so that I can watch Slackjawed as you decimate games? That you're... Fuck. Like, you don't even have to, like, try to go... Like, you don't have to, like, try to make a thing out of it. Like, just casually. Just casually stream from time to time so I can just have it on at work and have my mind melted. Turns out the electric crab is possible pre-spin boost. Holy shit. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room as well. They let you go without problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You let out a sigh once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. Honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to getting a capture card for the Switch. There are a lot of good ones that are, like, cheaper. You don't have to get the Elgato. Like, I love my Elgato, and I'm glad I got it because I'm doing this pretty, like, I'm trying to be intense about my streaming. But there are some really casual capture cards you can get for a lot cheaper. Gibbons, thank you for the honk. Hello, good to see you. Welcome in. Can I get a shout out for Gamer Gibbons? Also, my time would have been so much better if it wasn't on hard mode. It's no joke. Yeah, that blows my mind. Do you think you can do sub 60 minutes on easy on regular difficulty, Alice? Thank you, Mara. I appreciate it. Oh god, no. What's the current record? Do we know what the record is for the game? Like, what's the speed run for normal difficulty? I have no idea. I was just asking. I have no idea what the world record is. You couldn't even open your window since it was hotter outside, and you just let the AC out. You dragged your feet as you crossed the room. You checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed by it. Oh, 110 is the record. Alright, so go for an hour and a half. Go for an hour and a half, nice casual time. And then you can start working towards world record. Easy. I don't know, Alice. I feel like that's the kind of thing that you don't think you're there yet, but I think you're closer than you... I think you're closer than you think. You thought back to the conversation you had downstairs about growing up and all that. 1 hour 15 for fucking hard mode? Christ. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror. You stared into it, then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. You were definitely growing all right. It was weird thinking about how you were now in comparison to where you'd been when you were younger. When it came to your body, it was getting some muscle definition nowadays, was chubby, was slender, was heavyset, was sort of scrawny. We're gonna go with slender, right down the middle of the road. Well done on the first try, Raven. Holy fuck. Ended the fight on 3 health. We love that shit. We love that shit. Also, Gibbons, how have your streams been? I haven't been able to catch them because I feel like we've been streaming a lot at the same time, so I keep missing them. But I hope you've been good. You shifted to the side, your head still facing forward and continuing the self-evaluation from this viewpoint. Wow! Alright, we're doing gender and sex right now. This is supposed to be left terrace, so at birth you were assigned male. And... wow! Your chest was flat and you thought about it being different. Chest was flat by birth, but you aimed to have breasts through hormone therapy. Wow! Wow! I mean, I'm going to pick the really boring option here because Cygnus, aka Left Terrace, is a cis dude. But the fact that this is here, that's fucking amazing. Left Terra says, yes, yes, yes. And that's just the way it was for you. You have to play this game now. Hell yeah, Alice, get on it. Gonna change character so hard? You absolutely can. You 1000% can. And the best part is like, when I was rebuilding Cygnus for this age level, you can change your pronouns at each age too. So you could totally tell the story of a character that, like, at 8 years old, uses he, him pronouns, and at 13 uses they, them, and at 18 uses she, her, and then at 23 goes back to they, them, like doing the whole self-discovery story. If you want to tell that story, you can do that, which I think is really fucking cool. You ran a fingertip over your birthmark. That was something that had been consistent for you. You took a step backwards, finished with your impromptu inspection. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side. All things considered, you thought you looked fantastic, you didn't look too bad, you didn't know how to feel, you were simply neutral, you were self-conscious, you wanted to look different than you did. Didn't look too bad. You just described me-ish. Whoops. I will say that you are not the only person I've ever met that has done that kind of transitional pipeline. A slight smile tugged at your mouth. Sure, maybe you wouldn't be a model or anything, but you weren't half bad. You shook your head roughly, putting thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. You shuffled over to your bed, collapsing onto the mattress, your brow scrunched up in thought. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas of what to do were few and far between. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom call you from downstairs. Cygnus, there's a call for you. Cove wants to come over. Is that alright? You bet your ass it is. What story is this, by the way? I forget what this one is called. Mara will remember which chapter this is. It's the growing vignette, yes. I also appreciate that the game just lets you be fat. Hell yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And doesn't make a judgment call on it, which is also important. If you are a bigger person, if you are fat, if you are chubby, you can make those choices, and it just goes, all right, correct, cool, excellent, it's nice. You perked up at the words, sitting up in bed. You yelled back to her immediately, yeah! You got to your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. You needed to go downstairs soon anyway, because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw your mom put the phone back on the receiver. She glanced at Ma, leaning her hip against the kitchen counter.
What a pickle.
Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Ma clicked her tongue in clear disapproval of Mom's words. He's such a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He can just be a bit thoughtless and impulsive. And that's why we like him. We like Cove for his thoughtlessness and impulsiveness. Let him be a himbo. Let him be a himbo. Cove can be a himbo if he wants to. Oh, I know. He's very sweet, but that's what makes him more of a problem. If a stranger or some kid from school was egging Cygnus on to behave badly, I think we can both agree he'd do the right thing in the end. But if Cove Holden got into a reckless mood and wanted Cygnus to be part of that ride, can we really be certain of what call he'd make then? I'm feeling so fucking called out, because 100%, if Cove was like, let's go do something stupid, I'ma be like, bet, let's go.
Yes.
Yes, we can, Pamela. Cygnus would do whatever Cove wanted. Oh, we are getting called the fuck out so hard by our parents right here.
Lonnie.
Lonnie. Your ma giggled freely at Mom's reaction. You worry too much about those two together. Called out so hard. I mean, literally in the first chapter, that's what we did at every choice, where it was like, do you want to hang out with Cove or literally anyone else that exists? We chose Cove every time. So, like, it's not wrong. We've been called out so hard. Look, all I'm saying is I haven't forgotten the time when they were kids and tried to run away together. Ma just laughed. As she turned away, still snorting, her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise, then waved at you with an easy grin. Mom looked over, noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't expect you to come down already, Cygnus. I just wanted to let you know what was happening. You pretended you didn't overhear their conversation. You called Mom out on her comment. Nah, if they're gonna fucking joke, we're gonna have this chat. Also, I'm 13 and fucking rowdy. Let's go. I mean, if I remember right, they definitely know you're crushing too, so, like, not a chance Cygnus doesn't follow along. Oh, 100% they know. They fully know. I just want to say that Pint has gifted 69 subs. Yes, Pint has gifted 69 subs, like a legend. Like a fucking legend. Oh, if I hadn't come now, then I wouldn't have heard everything you said.
Pam.
Ooh, you got caught, Pam.
What?
What? You were saying things too. I didn't say anything I wouldn't have told the Cygnus directly. Oh, you're unbelievable. You shook your head at your parents, even as you fought a blush when you remembered what they had just been discussing. Alright, you got me. I'm sorry for being gossipy and saying that about your friend. I can be bad too.
Let's go.
We'll get out of your way now. Mom immediately apologizes when she gets busted. Hell yeah. Mom sighed in mock defeat and made her way down the hall. Ma followed after her with a hushed giggle. Ma is just like the biggest shit disturber. Like, she's just in the back tee-heeing at fucking everything always. It's the best. Now you were alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove. And that was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at his house a long time ago. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for the wait. As expected, there was a knock on the door a few minutes later. When you got up and answered it, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. She's the biggest shit disturber with the warmest smile. Deadly combination. It is a deadly combination. It is a deadly combination. That shit is dangerous. You greeted him as you typically did. The wave, the low five, the nudge to the shoulder, with a noogie, with a hug. I don't think the regular greeting is a hug yet. I think the hugs happen, but it's not the regular greeting yet. With a low five. You held out your hand and Cove stopped waving to hit it. You grinned at the satisfying smack the contact produced. Do we know what Cygnus's moms do for work to afford that definitely multi-million-dollar house? And yes, it is very affecting. I think part of the reason why they can afford this house is because they live in a town with a population of like 10. Like, yes, it is it's beach property, which does raise the value of it, but they are also in the middle of absolutely fucking nowhere, which is part of the reason why I think they can afford it. But I bet you the two of them are comfortably upper middle class, like, for sure. Cove sighed and wiped at his face a bit. You noticed the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must have been glad to be back in an air-conditioned place, even if he only had to walk across the street to get here. Is something going on? Why'd you want to come over? If I were a mom, I could 100% see myself being like, Ma, absolutely, Mara. I could see that too. I don't want to do anything, not when it's like this. He gestured vaguely to the humid air hanging around.
So...
I thought I could at least do nothing with you. You thought that was really sweet. How'd you know I was doing nothing? Maybe I had plans. You nodded. That makes sense. I was thinking the exact same thing. You grinned, and he smiled back, and that's all there was to it. Both of you were on the same page. You had lunch yet? I was gonna do it soon. He shook his head.
Not really.
I haven't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. Yeah, I get that sometimes. You eat properly, you didn't eat at all. You gotta have something now. Great, we can eat lunch together. Cove nodded, looking content with your suggestion. Mom definitely strikes me as having like a comfortable career office job. Yeah, Mom is definitely like the is definitely the career mom kind of vibe, for sure. Okay, cool. As one, you headed into the kitchen. You crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. Making gays work in an office is homophobia. Listen, there are some great office gays. There are some great office gays. It all depends on the office. It's true. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there something cold or not cooked? Yeah. After a bit of back and forth, the two of you concluded that you should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make some sandwiches. No, offices are horrible and nobody should work there ever. I don't know, my office is pretty great for the most part, honestly. With that settled, you decided because capitalism. Okay, fine. But until the system is torn down, you still gotta pay rent. With that settled, you had planned to decide on the outside layers first. There was a wide variety to choose from, since everyone in your house had their own favorites. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grains, gluten-free bread, and pita pockets. Okay, this is like the first time that I have some suspension of disbelief, because how the fuck do you go through that much bread without any of it going bad? How the fuck do you go through that much bread without any of it going bad or getting freezer burn? Seize the means of production was not something my boss wanted to hear in our monthly meeting. Yeah, I could see why he might not have been very receptive to that. They have a teenage boy in the house. Okay, fine, but still, make a lot of breadcrumbs and homemade croutons. I mean, I guess the gluten-free bread is already stale, so like you can't make it go more stale. So that one is taken out. You said that legitimately, Note? Holy fuck. You're an inspiration.
Hey.
Could you take the grain one for me? Sure. You reached for the mixed grains, then you made your decision. Wait, cinnamon swirl bread? That wasn't even mentioned. Cinnamon swirl bread wasn't even fucking mentioned in the list. But it's gonna be sourdough. It's gonna be sourdough. You pulled out the sourdough too, setting both items onto the counter. Then you had to decide what main direction the sandwich would go in. The perks of working somewhere for over 8 years and being one of the longest lasting employees. Hell yeah. They evidently feed both of you quite a lot. That's also true, Pint. Ma and Mom better not be exploiting the working class. I hope not too. A sweeter style sandwich or a truly savory? We're going savory. Savory sandwiches are the best sandwiches, in my very, very, very humble opinion. That's true, and Cove probably eats even more than you do. That's fair. Something savory would make it feel like a real meal. As for the specific ingredients, Well, yeah, like peanut butter and jam. Like peanut butter and jam sandwiches, Alice. Like PB&J's, or like peanut butter and honey. A lot of peanut butter sandwiches. Oh, yeah, let's go. Okay. Nutella, yeah. Cheddar cheese. Avocado. Peppers, yeah, banana peppers, let's go. These characters are probably round. No, they're just 13. Pickles, turkey. One of the only times I'll put turkey on a sandwich. Lettuce. The hummus wouldn't go. I like hummus on a sandwich, but it wouldn't go on this one. And red onions, then you moved on to condiments. I guess that makes sense, but yeah, I fucking love banana peppers, Alice. As someone who was related to guys that did intense sports, they could definitely go through 4 loaves of bread if they wanted to. That's fair. Ooh, do I only get to pick one? For this sandwich, mustard doesn't work. Hot sauce. Oh, you can do multiple. Okay, and salt and pepper. And you can't go with regular mustard on a sandwich. TBH, it's got to be Dijon. You can go with regular mustard, but if you have a better mustard, I hard agree. If you've got a better mustard option, go with the better mustard option, absolutely. But Dijon doesn't work on this sandwich. And I've already got hot sauce, so. Also, not to call you out, in high school, you could definitely put a dent in those breads. I mean, I could put a dent in those breads today. I absolutely could. But that was like 6 loaves of bread. Also, it is not calling me out that I eat a fuck ton of food. That is still true. That has not changed. And pesto, fuck it, and that was everything. You nodded to yourself with a quiet hum, satisfied. Okay, so actually, a quick story actually about that. So, on Friday, I went out to dinner with Pella and Pella's family. And it was a nice dinner. We went to like a Milestones, like a nice chain restaurant. It was decent, good, food was great. And I accidentally did the thing where, without thinking about it, just like having conversation and chatting and stuff, where I like cleared my plate before anybody else had even like ate like 25% of their meal, because I can just Kirby a meal, like you blink and it will be gone. It's just a thing that I've always been able to do and often don't realize I'm doing. I used to go with my friends when we were in college. We'd go to a shawarma place and they would have like 2-for-1 shawarma deals. So I'd get 2 chicken shawarmas and everybody would order, and I would always order last. Because I'd be like, no, you guys go ahead. And they'd all order. Then I'd order. Everybody would get their stuff. I'd get mine last and still finish first. You really are Cove, aren't you? Cove and I definitely have a lot in common. Sits down and eats a full steak in 10 minutes. That is also a thing I've done. That is true. I have cleared a ribeye in 10 minutes. I didn't mean to, but I have done it. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you needed for your individual sandwiches. You focused intently on assembling your own for the most part. When you were close to being done, though, you glanced over at your neighbor. Cove was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and his tongue sticking out just barely. There were open jars of peanut butter and honey near his plate, as well as a banana peel. Ooh, peanut butter, honey, and banana is a great choice. So he was making a peanut butter banana honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. That sounded great. Maybe you'd have one yourself a different time. Honestly, when I play this, it isn't going to help some things knowing how similar they are. Yeah, Cove and I definitely have some similarities, it's true. Salt sits down and eats an appetizer, entree, and dessert before I have finished my entree. That is also true. That is a thing that has definitely happened. Curiosity satiated, you turned back to your plate and finished your own creation. By the time you were done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation. Holy shit, he cleans up after himself too. He turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. He gave it an incredulous look, but didn't question you about it. Good. Yeah, don't fucking judge me. Done? Yeah. Cool. He waited as you quickly returned the ingredients and cleaned a few utensils. Then the two of you collected your respective plates. Both of you agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing the food on your plates. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. He immediately took a big bite of his sandwich, chewed, and then hummed happily. This sandwich is really good. At least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started on your own sandwich. You nodded. You were enjoying yours too. Hell yeah, we were, because I'm a genius. I make great fucking food. Obviously, you are a pro at making sandwiches. I am. I make fucking great sandwiches, and if you don't like my sandwiches, you have bad taste. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. Want to do something? It seemed the plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin, despite his lack of enthusiasm. Yeah, like what? Maybe, not really. You couldn't even muster a reply. Like what? He rolled his head back, looked up at the ceiling. What about Hangman? You laughed at the suggestion but went along with it. Yeah, didn't have any energy for something more taxing. You grudgingly humored it. You thought it was a nice idea. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? Andrew, just wait, because, like, again, all of these fucking, like, they're supposed to be fucking 13. It's ridiculous. I am terrified to see what, like, 23-year-old Cove is going to look like. Because 13-year-old Cove is, like, a fucking, like, he's adorable. 23-year-old Cove is going to be a fucking trip, I think. You put your plate to the side and pulled up some markers and scrap paper. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make more room in front of you. Those fuckers ain't 13. This is what, okay. This is what we were talking about last time, is like, they took the age range of everybody in this game and just did this. Like, those parents look way too young to be the parents of 13-year-olds. And those 13-year-olds do not look like any fucking 13-year-olds I remember. Cove and his mom look like siblings. It's true. Cove's mom looks like Cove's big sister. Like the way that if I had any critique about this game, is that the art in this game is the artists, it's beautiful art, but the characters all look like they are 17 to 23, no matter what age they actually are. No, you're good. The issue that it had was with the word fuckers. Automod randomly decides that swear words aren't okay, and I don't know why. I've never understood how Automod works. The issue that it had was with fuckers. Well, that was bullying. Yes, fuckers is bullying. Automod, you fucker! Those are some Netflix-style teenagers. Yeah, it's some fucking, it's some Riverdale fucking teenagers. Cove picked up one of the markers with his right hand while keeping a half slice of sandwich in his left.
That's,
Can I pick the phrase? Go ahead, I don't mind. He smiled briefly before he bent over the paper and began sketching the hangman frame. Then he stopped, pursing his lips in thought. He tapped the end of his marker against his cheek. You watched silently as Cove looked at the paper, up at your face, and then off to the side in a loop. His marker kept tapping his cheek the entire time. You raised an eyebrow. He suggested the game and wanted to pick the phrase, but it looked like he didn't actually have anything in mind for it. Finally, he put empty lines onto the paper to signify spots for letters. Alright, you can start guessing. You peered over. His secret phrase consisted of 3 words. The first 2 had 3 letters, and the last had 4. You thought hard about what your first guess would be. Enter a letter of the alphabet. Alright. You're out early this time, you feel a bit awkward and you're oddly tired. Andrew, it's all good. You take care of yourself. Thank you for being here. Have a great night, and we'll see you soon. Alright, we are doing this Wheel of Fortune style, RSTLNE. Getting real you are blank vibes. Ooh. Alright, we're still doing this Wheel of Fortune style. R. Oh, Alice, you might have nailed it. You might have nailed it. You got one. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich. Yeah, Alice should go on Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, clearly. When a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. TV, it was on earlier, but no one was really watching. Then everyone started leaving the living room. I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs with no one there. Cove smiled crookedly at that.
oh.
Poor show, playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? You squinted off into the middle distance, trying to recall the show's name. I thank you for using the phrase middle distance. I fucking love that phrase. I feel like it was some kind of crime-solving drama? Cove nodded sleepily, his eyes closed, and then opened again with some effort. Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. Well... You rested your chin on your open palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with, like, long blonde hair, I think? She was the one solving crimes, like, as a detective or something. There were scenes in a police station because someone got arrested? You lapsed into the silence, both of you thoughtful. Then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined in on the laughter anyway.
I don't know.
I don't know what it is. Me either, and I just saw it. Enter one letter of the alphabet. Alright. E. Oh no! Oh no! Pint, I think you might be right. Yeah! Yeah, I think you might be right. Good guess. Me and Alice for Team's Wheel of Fortune. Oh my god. Fine, we're gonna crush them. clearly Cove is the one that's crushing. Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features were twisted in a grimace. I feel so sticky. I feel like I'm gonna be stuck to this floor forever now. He is gay and nervous, and I love him. It's so fucking cute. I have to charge you rent. You can be my new roomie if you want. Looks like we'll both be stuck in here forever. I'm sticky too. Nope, not touching that. You just smiled at his whining. No way, I'll peel you off if I have to. You can be my new roomie if you want. He smiled slightly at your joking suggestion. That wouldn't be so bad. You couldn't help but smile too. Now that you thought about it, being roommates with Cove would be fun. Gotta live up to my grade 6 teacher who won Wheel of Fortune once. Really? I didn't know that. If you told me that story, Pint, I forgot about it. Wow. Then you return to the game. Alright. Let's throw the Hail Mary. Let's get the Y. Yup. Yes. Cove spoke up once more, catching your attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, Hangman is kind of a creepy game. Why did people come up with it? Why did they play it? Maybe it's what they had instead of real court trials back then. I've always wondered about that. I'll have to look it up later. It's a really old game, no one's sure where the name came from. I've always wondered about that. Eventually, the two of you fell silent as you tried to puzzle out a logical answer. Eventually, you just decided to return to the game. You've seen a comic about that before? Yeah. Oh. Yep. I may not have told you, but she let us watch a recording of her run. It was cool, but there was a bunch of stuff she couldn't keep because of import and lottery laws. Oh, yeah, that's right, because, like, you gotta pay so much taxes on it, right? By this point, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too, but now you were getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. Should we go downstairs and get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me neither. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes with false suspicion. Hey, what happened to you not being able to get up ever again because you were stuck to the floor? That's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. Pax, and she won a car that she couldn't bring across the border. Oh, yeah. I guess because in the States, too, if you win a car, you just get the car. Because in Canada, if you win a car, they have to also offer you the money equivalent of that car if you don't want it. Yeah, it is the you that's gonna tell all, right? He says, pointedly avoiding the you on purpose. You're really close. He's getting nervous. Oh, there's no more games here anymore, is there? What happens if I enter a wrong letter? Let's see. No, sorry, I'm gonna start adding the little person. Alright. Nope. There's no other cutscenes. Let's get into this. See? Yeah. Oh my, it's a street lamp now. Yep, it's just a street lamp. It's fine. Alright. You're definitely gonna get it. Look at that second U. The second U is so shakily written. Y'all got it in one. How fucking adorable. You are cute. That's gay. First try. Yes. Don't count the one wrong letter because that was an intentional throw off. What do I want to have a guy like this now? Right? He's cute as fuck. A few correct letters in, and you had a feeling you knew what the phrase was. Still, you felt butterflies in your stomach at seeing it, clear as day, on the paper. Because even I want a guy like this, and I'm not even into guys, right? You took in the words for a moment longer. Then you looked up at Cove. He had trouble meeting your shocked gaze, a smile settling awkwardly on his lips. His next words left him in a mumble.
I mean...
It was all I could think of at the time. Oh my god, Cove. Oh my god, you sweet baby gay. Yep, this is where the hug comes in. It was instinct. You leaned over and wrapped your arms around him in a hug. Damn, Cove! No, we're gonna Uno reverse card him. Cove, I will cry. No, you're cute. Cove smiled a bit more, clearly still feeling awkward about the move he pulled. He turned away from you, his cheeks tinted pink. A moment passed between the two of you. Now would be the perfect time to change the subject, but you didn't. He didn't either. Things started feeling a bit more personal all of a sudden. You looked into Cove's ocean eyes and saw yourself staring back. I really think you're cute, seriously. Did you mean it? Do you really think I'm cute? Boom. Cove's features softened at your words, but he remained serious. Thanks. I meant it too. Finally, he broke the eye contact. I heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people, guys or girls or whoever.
I don't know.
I haven't really noticed that yet. Nothing's changed. Not in a big way, not for everybody. Maybe I have to grow up more, but at least with... You waited, but he trailed off. He wasn't going to keep talking. You frowned, a little disappointed. You wished that he had continued what he was saying. You shook off the strangeness of the situation and tried to be supportive. Maybe you just don't like anybody. Or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Cove seemed to appreciate that thought, if the smile that appeared on his lips was any indication. But the expression was quick to disappear. He peered over at you, looking nervous. Okay, what about you? What kind of guy or person do you like? Cove! Cove! Subtle like a brick through a fucking window, my boy. Like a brick through a window, this kid. Cove, you ain't slick. He's trying. He's trying his damnedest, this kid. He winced and seemed to be mentally kicking himself for saying it like that. You considered his question carefully. Did you know who or what you liked? Baby gay, baby gay. That sentence would be my style. It's perfect. It's perfect. 10 out of 10. Okay, but if I were Cygnus, I definitely wouldn't have picked up on it, so... I mean, exactly. You were starting to have physical attraction in a general way. You only seemed to feel physical attraction in specific cases and situations. You didn't really have a physical interest in other people. You didn't think you could tell if you had an interest in people physically. There was only one person you'd ever have those kinds of feelings for. Well, okay, that's not true, but... Let's be real here. 13-year-old cis boy? Top answer. You were starting to have romantic attraction in a general way. You seemed to feel romantic attraction in specific case situations. And, like, we definitely are having the full allosexual to asexual and alloromantic to aromantic spectrum here, too, which is pretty sweet. But specifically, when it came to how you felt towards boys, You found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy with a guy someday. You found them attractive. You hadn't thought about being with a guy. You weren't physically interested, but you'd be happy to have a romantic relationship with a guy. You weren't generally interested in guys, but there were special exceptions. Damn. Top answer, though. How you felt towards girls? You weren't interested. So, there were exceptions. Same thing, but with the extra caveat of weren't interested at all. The fact that all this stuff gets established is part of why I recommend this vignette first. Yeah, this makes perfect sense, Mara. This makes perfect sense. Also, Lefteris, and yeah, because Lefteris is my character, all of my characters by default are pan, unless I'm actively... If I don't think about their sexuality, they're pan, because that's how it goes in my brain. For people who aren't exclusively male or female, once again, found them to be attractive. Boom. You returned your attention to Cove. He was waiting patiently for a response. You explained to Cove how you felt, using the word non-binary. He listened intently, taking in every word as you tried to convey how you felt. He definitely pricked up a bit when you mentioned having some interest in romantic relationships. And he scratched the back of his head sheepish. I'm not really sure how we ended up talking about all this when we just started out playing Hangman. I fucking wonder how, Cove. You literally just called me cute. What the fuck do you think? But it was good, I think. I think so too. Yeah. Cove chuckled a little bashfully. He glanced around, clearly scrambling for something else to say. You're going to be typing a lot, aren't you? Yeah. We are at the very cute portion of the game, I think. So, have you written anything new recently? Yeah, actually. I'm really glad you brought it up. Oh yeah, he remembers because we talked about the fact that I write, so he remembers that. The conversation took a lighter turn after that, and it felt like you got closer that afternoon. You made several high-pitched noises at the cuteness. Hell yeah, Alice. Excellent. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pulled yourself off the floor, as did Cove, and with some minor complaint. You both stretched your arms, groaning, and yawned into your hands. You glanced out of your window briefly, taking in the soft reds, pinks, and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow, you had made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. Cove turned towards you, motioning towards your window with his chin. Want to go outside? It might be better out there than it is in here now. Sounds good. I could really use some fresh air. The two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water, then continued on your way. You stepped outside, one after the other, your destination being the familiar hills behind your house. This time of day, it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling, but stubbornly hanging in there. You felt the breeze cool your heated head, and you relaxed your shoulders. Cove closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath. Gorgeous backgrounds are gorgeous. They're so good. They're so good. I really love it out here. I do too. You do? That's surprising. Your opinion sure has changed since you were first on this hill. You quietly enjoyed the moment. I do too. Yeah, the sunlight is animated too. Cove smiled. Tendrils of his hair danced with the wind. A beat passed, but his gaze didn't stray from your own. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke up again.
Cygnus.
I'm really glad I met you, Cygnus. You're really important to me, you know? You blushed at the statement. I feel the same. So nice of you to say. You smiled sweetly. You're being too sweet. You're special to me, Cove. That one. Your voice came out equally delicate. From the way his features brightened, though, you knew he heard you. Then Cove reached over and held your hand without another word. Even as the sun disappeared completely and the sky darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. Yeah, this is super fucking cute. Boom. Boom. Great first chapter for the day. Alright, so let's do Wave. Mara, thank you for making Salt play this. This has been really fun. This has been really, really fun. Alright, we're on to Wave. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the trunk before you could go enjoy the afternoon. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store, loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, a bunch of carrots, and even half a watermelon. Ma came out the front door and paused just ahead of you.
It's no trouble.
Need any help with that, Cygnus? I can bring it the rest of the way if you need me to. Yes, please, be helpful. Yes, please, just too heavy. No, I got it. You're doing fine. No, I got it. You managed to just hold it. You eagerly agree with a nod of your head. You didn't say anything. You finished the job. Your problem. No problem. No, it's gonna be, you know the 13-year-olds? Well, I mean, I do this as a fucking 30-year-old. Who am I kidding? You know the 13-year-olds like grab way too many bags and they're clearly struggling, but like they're like, no, I got it. That's what's happening here. Even if it was heavy, you wanted to bring it in yourself. One trip or bust, one trip or death. Yeah, exactly. Ma gave you an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your gray hair. I still think it's kind of weird that 13-year-olds date. Well, they're not dating yet. They've admitted they have a crush on each other, but they're gonna do the like teenager song and dance thing. And like, I had my first real crushes around 13 years old. Yeah. When I was in my first year of high school, I was already, like, my last year of elementary school, my first year of high school, I was already, like, dating people, and I thought it was real serious at the time. It was so serious, and no, just dumbass kids being dumbasses, but, the feelings were there. So it's believable to me. It makes sense. Ma gave you an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your gray hair. You set the next bag on the counter. Your older sister began to root around for the contents with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags. With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued putting away the groceries, and you retreated out of the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood.
Be careful.
Careful, Cygnus. You hadn't been looking where you were going and bumped right into Mom, almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry. I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. Okay, I mean, I was kind of late to the party. Wasn't interested in any of that until like 20. Late. I mean, valid note. Valid. Like, there isn't a right age, I don't think, that was just where I was as a kid, but I know a lot of people who really didn't give a shit about any of that until like 18, 19, 20. One of my best friends that I met in university didn't have their first partner until like 23. It's all valid. She grinned at the bad joke as you continued through the door. Also, another excellent use of the late emote. Thank you for that. Outside, Ma had started organizing what remained and putting back any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took in a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying around in the breeze. Aw, hi Pella. Also, that mom looks 25. This is what I'm saying. All the characters look like they're 16 to 25, no matter what their actual age is. Yeah, get those ace hearts in there, Pella.
That's a shame.
It's a shame we had to spend the morning cooped up in that shopping center. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilted your head to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. Days like today are my favorite. Ma smiled at you, her amber eyes glinting with affection. You and your sister are a lot alike in that way, and me too. You gave her a familiar look. But eventually, you turned back to help her with the last of the bags. Both moms are trans. Source, I want them to be. I'm not gonna tell you how to live your life in your own personal canons. That's valid as fuck. Oh, hi, Cove. You noticed your mom wave over at Cove, who had just exited his front door, his surfboard propped up under one arm. Let me see. Surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be off to on this beautiful day? Cove, instantly startled, not having realized your family was also out here. Even though your mom was the one who called out, you were the one he looked at. This chat, LGBT amplified. Oh yeah, note. Oh yeah. We're a big old queer chat in here, but you know, I take a lot of pride with this community in that as long as you are open and loving, you're welcome. You know, that's the short and long of it. That's the short and long of it. You know, you do not have to be queer to be here, but if you are more than welcome and loved. Beginning to look a lot like Gay Miss everywhere you go. Man. He tried to settle down again. He jogged across the pavement to properly say hello to you and your parents. It was decidedly awkward since Cove had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you. The addition of his unwieldy surfboard made the whole thing seem even clumsier. Oh, Cove, you're trying so hard. Careful with that thing, you'll put someone's eye out. Mom chuckled and got a whispered reproach from Ma for it.
Pam,
please, go easy on him. Cove winced. Sorry, Miss Downey. Don't mind her, honey. It's a beautiful day for surfing. I haven't been out on the waves in a long time. I'm jealous. Wait, you're telling me Ma used to surf? How much cooler can our mom be? Are you serious? Yeah, I'm hoping to get a few good waves before it gets dark. I think Ma surfing would kill me. Yeah, you might die, Alice. Hi, Cove. He had relaxed a lot when Ma spoke to him, but the rigidity came back as soon as you said something. Hi, Cygnus. Cove managed to grin, and it almost felt like you had butterflies in your stomach. You want to come hang out there later? You noticed the flush of red on his cheeks, but that might have just been from the heat. Nah. Yeah. LMAO gay ass. Yeah, for real. Just wear floaties. There you go. Yeah, just float in the water beside Mom, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You just be. This is just you. This is my impression. This is my impression of Alice as a trans person. Rather die than swim. Fair enough. Fair enough. Floaties won't help with the heart attack, but just like Alice with like a pool noodle, like Alice with a pool noodle in the water, just like Just staring at Ma, that's exactly what I imagine. It's like deer in the headlights. We could shock that hearth right back via the water. Oh, there you go. Yeah, perfect. Alice will keep you alive. Yeah, you got me. Just... When he spoke again, he tried to contain some of the excitement that was clearly ready to burst. It'll be fun. You're not done unloading, right? Can I help?
No, no, no.
No. This is our job. You go enjoy the beach. Cygnus can catch up as soon as he's finished here. Alright, I'll see you. Cove was like, I will one-arm muscle my way through this entire thing to get my boy out of there. Yeah, bye for now. Cove headed on down to the beach with more skip in his step than normal. It was really cute. You smiled softly to yourself at the thought that you'd be joining him soon. He sure seemed to perk up after you agreed to meet him there. I wonder why that could be. Oh my god, our parents will literally not let it go. I love it. Yo, I can fix that. How are you doing, buddy? We are just in like the cutest fucking game that's ever been written. We're just in this adorable visual novel. It's cute as fuck. It's very, very well designed, and we're just vibing. God is a state of mind, but there's some debate on the story. Wait, what? God, oh, what's God? Okay, true. God is gay. Actually, I am God. Glad to meet you. Alice is like platformer God. Truly, though. Ma. Now who's giving him a hard time, Lonnie?
Shush.
Shush, it's different. Mom's face broke into an incredulous grin. In what way? I'm being supportive, and he can't hear it. Mom full-on laughed that time.
Lonnie.
You're the worst of us when it comes to this, honestly. I keep trying to warn people, but they won't listen. I only want to help. I think it's fair to say he might need it. Meddler, but you have a point. Right? These two, at least the parents clearly fucking ship it. Jesus. You narrowed your eyes at their teasing, and they simply chuckled conspiratorially before taking more bags from the trunk and heading inside. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. Mom is destroying me. Oh my god, Alice. You had a surfboard in your room that you wanted to take with you. You had a surfboard around here somewhere. I'm going to say we also have a surfboard, but the exclusive reason why we have a surfboard is because Cove surfs. The grin on the right, Mom, just disturbs me. She's always so cheeky. She's so cheeky. She's so fucking cheeky. After grabbing your board and getting everything ready, you headed down to the beach.
Have fun.
Have fun, honey. Stay safe. When you arrived at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and the soft calls of seagulls. You took in a lungful of the ocean air and felt your peachy skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small setup nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. Must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You strolled up beside him. Hey, I'm here.
Cygnus.
Cygnus. He looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was wondering if you were still coming. Wouldn't have missed it, sorry you had to wait. We're Canadian, let's be real. You don't have to say that, it's okay. Then he cast his eyes out towards the waves. Cove, I'm not that good at surfing. I'm ready to get in there, want to have a competition. Will you give me some tips? Cove surfed more often than you did, so you knew he'd have some good tips to help you improve. Messy buns are just a general weakness. Like, you need to invest character points against that stuff. It's true. It is true. You've got to actually build up active resistance against that, or you're dead. Thank you for the honk, as always. No amount of character points are going to save me. Oh my god, Alice. Alice just rolls at disadvantage against messy buns. Yeah, let's get started. I owe you that much, right? I was one who always promised to show you about surfing. It's true. He offered that option to you for pretty much as long as you've known him. You were relieved when he remembered. I roll a die that's just all ones. Like, you lose! You paddled out to the sea where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin.
It's nice.
Not too calm, but nothing crazy. Looks like a perfect day. Roll 1d1 at disadvantage. Yeah, you need to invest them at the game start. There's no way to add afterwards. It's true. He looked at you, and you couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content. Until Cove kicked the water a little too hard, and it inadvertently splashed you. Hey! Sorry! The apology did not come across as especially repentant, as he was practically laughing when he said it. This image of him is the most 13 he's looked. It's true, actually. Yeah, this is the closest to him actually looking like a kid that has happened so far. Dice value equals random 1 to 1. Yeah, exactly, Note. Exactly. Please roll a d1.
Nani?
You splashed him back. You laughed but waited for an opening for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spraying him.
Seriously?
Is that any way to treat someone trying to help? I came out here to teach you, and I was just following your example. Cove tried to keep a straight face, but ended up looking away. The water you flicked at him landed in shiny droplets in his hair. Then here's another lesson. He soaked you deliberately this time. I think it depends on the language, Alice. He used his full leg and an impressive curtain of water to hit you in the face. You lost your balance and scrambled to keep a hold of the board. You just managed to stay on, but it was close. Cove winced. Are you okay? That wasn't what I was trying to do. I'm fine, but we should do the real teaching. Usually parameters like that are... Oh, interesting. It has been a long time since I've coded. Alice takes 1d10 lesbian damage to the messy bun. Oh my god, y'all. Oh, fuck. Yeah. He chuckled awkwardly and shook some water out of his ear. With that, Cove started telling you all the tips and tricks of how to stay on a surfboard. I'm being shredded right now and it's all true. That's so funny. He demonstrated both good and bad posture and explained where you needed to put your weight. Like this? You wiggled your body so that you were in the more center of your board, and Cove nodded. Yeah, I know, it was kind of simplified. Second one is normally exclusive from what I remember. Ah, I see. They need to add lesbian damage to the next edition of D&D so I can properly work my lesbian magic. Oh my god. They really do. Lesbianism is definitely its own class. Yeah, okay. Yep, just like that. The little lesson continued and... things clicked with you quickly. It had to go slowly, but you got it. Lesbomancer. Exactly. One of... It's me. I'm the Lesbomancer. Beautiful. Love that. Amazing. You know, different spellcasters have different foci to channel their spells through, and the Lesbomancer has many options, but one of the options for channeling the lesbian magic through is a pair of scissors. Hi Cal, welcome in. Yup, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, I did just. Also, Cal, how you doing? Yes, also, a carabiner with keys on it is another good foci. Me feeling sad. Salt. Scissors! I'm sorry, Cal. Welcome in. Good to see you. You came in right as I was shitposting. I hope we can cheer you up a little bit. I mean, like, giant magic scissors would be a badass weapon. Imagine cutting open a hole in reality with them. I mean, not that it's a show that I'm particularly into, but if I remember correctly, in Kill la Kill, the main character's weapon is literally half a pair of giant scissors, right? If I remember correctly. I think it's Kill la Kill, in which the main character wields, like, half a scissor. Aw, Cal, you're home? I'm sorry to hear that you don't have much to do at home, but I'm glad to have you in here, and I hope you can hang out and have some fun with us for a bit. I have friends, but most aren't local, and we aren't the hangout in groups type anyway, I guess. I've definitely been there, but you can always hang out with us. You're always welcome in here, Kyle. If you stab a person with a pair of scissors like a dagger, is that scissoring? I mean, why not? Lesbomancer with levels in Bard can use any song from Fun Home, in particular Ring of Keys, and I'm changing my major. Oh my god, Pint. Only if punching them is considered fisting. Oh no! So anyway, we're surfing. I'm so sorry that I derailed this. I have nobody to blame but myself for this. Lefteris is a fistmancer. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Hang on. We're gonna... Just in case I fuck something up, we're gonna save for a split second here. I'm just gonna turn the music down for a second. I gotta find a picture real quick. I have to find a picture really quick. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Oh god, why Reddit? Fuck off, Reddit. Boom. Oh, it's so small. Fucking hell. You can definitely do visual art Bard. I've seen people do visual art Bard. Oh, there we go. We found it. Okay, I found it, and I can show you all in a second. This picture. What ho, muscle wizard! Might you cast us a spell? Of course, young adventurer. I cast Fist. That is Lefteris. If Lefteris Gonzalez was a D&D character, this would be Lefteris Gonzalez, right here. Except the facial hair isn't quite right, but the vibe is correct. Such is the nature of Salt Streams. Listen. Welcome to the Salt Stream. Come for the shenanigans. Stay for the incredible community of lesbians. If it's not Super K, it's Death in Praxis. Yeah, Death in Praxis. See, I haven't done a game where I die lots lately, so we haven't had a Death in Praxis in a while. That will probably have to change soon. I have a fun himbo with lesbian powers. Even though he is not himself a lesbian, he is inexplicably loved by them. Yeah, basically like a Thor. Because let's be real here, Thor is for the lesbians. Thor, god of lesbians. Absolutely. Fully. Alright, let's get back to this surfing side story that we were on before I derailed us into this land. Ooh, okay, Pint, I'll check that out. Oh, right, I was playing a game. Yeah, I was. Cove did his best to guide you through the process, and by the end, you felt like you had picked up the basics of surfing. Occasionally, he reached out and touched you to more directly help get the positions right. It felt nice. Boy! But if you acknowledged you noticed his touch at all, he would instantly pull away. Since you spent so much time working on balance in stable water, you wondered when you'd actually get to catch some waves. You brought it up to Cove, and he nodded. You know how there are paid services like Stuff Plus? This is LGBTQ Plus. LGBTQ Plus is just New Game Plus. Is just New Game Plus for queers. Non-binary is DLC. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wow. And this is why you can't let EA make your queer stories. If you think you're ready, go for it. You'll do great. I did not think I needed a full-length documentary about FastPass, and yes. Oh wow. My gender is DLC gotta pay to unlock? Hell yeah. Cal got that $5.99 gender. Alright. Fucking capitalism! With that, you graduated from Cove's class, and the two of you were able to surf together more casually, even if he was still better at it. What an afternoon. I once played a one-shot where a friend of mine played a druid in drag named Summer Clearance. Holy shit! That is... Everything about that sentence is amazing. I can fix that. I love drag druid named Summer Clearance. Holy shit. That's so good. First gender is free, but it's 150k to change it. Jesus Christ. The setting sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you would look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out of the water before it was completely dark in the sea. You rode one last wave to get back to the beach. There, you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once-over. Yeah, that sentence literally gets better with each word. Like, it's so good. Animal Crossing. Yeah, it does have those vibes for real, Cal. My favorite genre of Defunct Land video, occasionally the Disney Corporation reinvents capitalism, and it's worse. Cove followed behind you to the shore. He put his board with the other things and grabbed his towel to start drying off. As he ruffled his hair with the towel, you watched the sunset together. The colors were beautiful in the distance, and the shadows around you deepened. There was no need for words between you two as you both enjoyed the sight for a moment. Cove broke the silence. The waves were good today, I think. Yeah. He nodded mildly. You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out, and all you heard was the rhythmic sound of waves. Then Cove sighed. The day can't be over. Not yet. Want to switch now? I do not have one yet. They should be cheaper with the new one. I mean, theoretically, but also Nintendo is notorious for not lowering the prices of anything. Hopefully they'll patch my affinity for trying to date Ace Peeps with the next patch. Might also be the major I'm taking. I mean, I'm in a happy relationship with an Ace person. You just gotta have the right. You just need to have the right relationship, right? But like, I'm in a poly relationship with an Ace person, so like me as an allosexual person dating an asexual person, being poly makes that a little bit easier to navigate, right? Obviously, I won't get into the details of it here because it's my personal life, but it can, you can do that. But I think it's also important to recognize as well that, like, if you are a sexual person and the person you are with is not a sexual person, and you can't come to a comfy agreement, then yeah, you got to work around that. I hope, note, you find somebody that definitely vibes with you the way that you want to vibe, Nintendo is a bad game company making good stuff. I mean, I feel like that succinctly describes Nintendo truly. Like, Nintendo makes incredible stuff, but my god, as a company, they suck. Every once in a while, they surprise me. Every once in a while, Nintendo does the right thing, actually, and then they proceed to follow it up by doing dumb shit. They're a bit cheaper, but they're also more readily available secondhand. That is also true. You're still owed a birthday present from last April. You can get one new, probably. Hey, that wouldn't be bad. I mean, honestly, if you're going to get a Switch at this point, you might as well get the OLED, because it's got a better battery life, and there's some quality of life upgrades to it that make it worth it. But, like, if I was buying a Switch today, I'd buy the OLED. I'm more finding the aromantic type, so that's a problem. Like, I would still like to date them if they wanted, so it's not like, oh yeah. Sorry, no, that was not my implication at all. I just kind of got on the thought tangent because I was like, oh, well, I'm dating an Ace person and it worked out, and then that kind of led into the other things. Yeah, I mean, finding the people that jive, right? You can be like, you can be into somebody all day, but like, if your wants and needs don't click, your wants and needs don't click, right? And that's just what it is. That's just how it be. Relationships are hard work. Relationships are hard as fuck, it's true. He scowled into the distance as if the sun exiting the sky was a personal offense. ADHD ace discussions happen daily. I mean, why not? Humans, eh? Humans are crazy, wonderful, horrible, amazing, scary creatures. Don't you think it should be longer? Yes. Cove stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. Where's the relationship quick start DLC? God, that... Oh, the amount of people I know who'd be like, hey, could I just, like, fast track this, please? Relationship discussions? Yeah, vaguely, Mikey. New Game Plus? Yeah. This is where I can talk about how Vivi and I finally broke up. Oh, shit. Was it mutual? Or are you alright, Cal? I'm not gonna go home yet. I want to go somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, if you want to talk about it. You don't have to talk about it. Mara is 100% correct. Cove was still dripping in salt water, so you weren't sure what the alternative was. Wetsuits were fine for the beach and not much else. And it wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. You'll be real cute in that wetsuit wherever you go. I need to call it a night. I want to do something too. I'm sure we'll be welcome anywhere soaking wet like this. We're gonna flirt with the boy. We're gonna flirt with the boy. You're gonna flirt with the boy. It feels like nothing much had changed. We hadn't really been in a relationship for a while. Okay. I can understand that, where, like, things just kind of peter out. I don't know, we still send each other funny pictures of cats. Well, that's good at least. At least, like, you still have, like, a connection that you didn't have to, like, sever, and it wasn't, like, harsh or intense or anything like that. And, like, that happens too, right? Cove's face and ears flushed red as he looked down and inspected himself. He crossed his hands over his chest self-consciously. Oh, I'm sorry, Cove. What is it with fictional characters with green hair blushing like crazy? Tomato Cove arc. It's true. Cove blushing at everything. Challenge 2021. He'd been so used to wearing it that Cove hadn't even given his current choice of dress any thought. At least, that was before you had pointed it out to him. I'm sorry, Cove. It's that color wheel. It's true. Yeah, she's still my best friend, probably. That's wonderful. That's wonderful to hear, Cal. It's weird, though. Like, how do I refer to her? Like your best friend. Do I call her my ex-girlfriend, just my friend? I wouldn't get too hung up on it. Like, I think it's more important to focus on what you are rather than what you were. Right? Like, you just said it yourself, you would still consider her, like, your best friend. So I think that's where you go, is, like, she's a friend. She's a best friend. She's still somebody important in your life. And whatever feels good is probably right. Like, you don't have to call somebody an ex just because you dated once. Or you dated once upon a time. A couple of my friends actually, at an earlier point in our relationship, casually dated or something along those lines, and we realized that it didn't work for us, but the connection was still strong. We had just kind of accidentally mistaken the connection for one thing rather than the other, where we thought it was like a romantic connection or maybe like a sexual connection, and it turned out, no, we're just like really, really good fucking pals. And once we clued into that, we shifted. And so, like, yeah, they're technically my exes, but neither one of us really look at each other like that. This is like one of my closest friends, someone who's very important to me. So, you know, you don't have to call somebody an ex just because you dated once before. And calling somebody an ex doesn't have to be a dirty word either. I have a platonic relationship, but I miss being in a romantic relationship. I can understand that, Mikey. That's super valid. Gays discern romantic from platonic attraction challenge, 99% fail. I mean, sure, but like, I honestly feel like there's only some very, very small differences at the end of the day. I feel like a lot of times part of that is because we've been socialized to devalue our platonic relationships. Like, we've been socialized to believe that, like, the most important relationship we have in our life is the single romantic one we have with the person that we're eventually going to marry and settle down with, and blah, 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 blah. Which, there's a million things wrong with that idea. But I think on top of that, it accidentally devalues your friendships and your platonic pals and all of that stuff. Because, like, my best friend is, like, my best friends, I love them truly and fully. And I have no shame in telling them that I love them. But I'm not going to marry them, you know what I mean? Like, that's it. But the love is still real, and that relationship is still extremely important, just as important as my romantic relationship, and sometimes more important than my romantic relationships. And that has nothing to say against how important the romantic relationships are, right? They're all important. They hold different important values. They're not fighting up the same pillar. They're on different branches, and they all hold you together, right? I think having different words for different types of love would help. Yeah, I could definitely see that. But I also feel like part of the discussion is just, you know, not being afraid of the understanding that love can mean different things. My platonic partner and I were in a romantic relationship, but when my partner discovered who she was, Melody rather than dead name, I gave it a lot of thought and couldn't find the romantic spark anymore. I still love her, but it was at that point I realized that romantic chemistry for me is only with men. Makes me feel crappy about it, but she's still super duper important to me. Hey, I mean, cis person with thoughts on this here, so grain of salt. If you are attracted to men, and you know that you're attracted to men, and your partner comes to the realization that they are not men, you have to have two conversations, and part of that conversation is like, where does my attraction to gender factor in? And if that is what it is, that happens, right? I've seen it go both ways. I've had some people go, well, then I'm learning something about myself too. And sometimes it doesn't. And I think that's valid. And I think the most important thing you could do there is be honest and kind about it, you know? That's not easy. It's not an easy situation. And I'm glad that the two of you still have like a good connection. And I'm sure that there was some toughness in that situation that like can be a little not easy to navigate for sure. But I almost wonder, I cannot speak for the trans experience, but I almost feel like if you had like tried to like stick in it, if that wouldn't have been more invalidating, you know? It's one of those things that's not anybody's fault, it's just difficult. Exactly. Kind of happy that my language has two words for love, one for love and one for somebody who is important to you. No, that's fantastic. Yeah, and I think that would be able to have those kinds of differences in discussion would be so key, I think, especially like you'd think with English, with how many fucking words it steals from every other language, that they would be better at this nuanced shit, but no, we're not. Yeah. Good chats, everybody. Good chats. Let's go figure out what we're gonna do with the rest of this day. Well, you would too, so, Cove's eyes widened when he processed what he just said and awkwardly decided to give up on the whole thing. Then he looked down the shore with wide, shining eyes. There's at least one place that's always okay to hang out in, no matter the time. The park. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays if she was looking for you. How times have changed. You used to be so protective of the place. We do care for each other, and we always practice open conversations. She was one who introduced polyamory to me. How the conversations were still good. It's a complicated thought process, especially when the loneliness clocks in. Absolutely, Mikey. It's not easy. And honestly, I'm really, really proud of you, and the two of you, for being able to have those conversations. On a less serious note, not pictured me accidentally telling my friend I love him when I tried to say I love Pokemon, fuck you. That's so funny. Whoops. It's actually more of a context though now that I think of it. The one for love is Ich liebe dich. The other is Ich habe dich lieb. Sorry, I'm butchering it. You'd think being German, I would be better at German, but my Oma didn't teach me a damn thing as a kid, and so now I will bastardize the language every time I try to fucking speak it. I will forever blame Oma for that. I love her, but I will blame her for that forever. I love you versus I have love for you. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, note, it wasn't that bad? I appreciate that. Thank you. My mind just blanked, then I stared at him and went, I love you! That's perfect, Cal. Perfect. Perfect. Then I went, wait, no, I do love you platonically, but that's not what I'm trying to say right now. That is fantastic, Cal, and I appreciate you for that. Note, thank you for saying that. That honestly makes me feel a little, bit better. At the beginning of the pandemic, I was like Duolingoing German to try and get some in my brain. And then, as per usual with all things that involve me and my ADHD brain, I forgot about it for a week and then never did it again. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into might be that Jeremy kid again. He brought the idea up to Cove and he cringed, but I'm still going. The sun is still here, a little. I'm staying out as long as it is. And let's go with... Okay, let's go. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though it didn't take much care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. You stuffed everything together quickly. I'm done, Cove. He rolled his eyes with a bent smile at the announcement. Yeah, of course. Found it super important to have discussions with people, especially when it comes to how I feel. Stops my brain from throwing meaning where there may be none. Absolutely, Mikey. That's super important. I'd rather have the communication and the honest conversation than sit in an awkward place. Because at least if I put it out there and I go, hey, I feel this, they can be like, oh. And if they don't feel that, you go, cool. Moving forward, we won't do that anymore. That's all good. And you just respect that. As long as you can respect a no, then you're fine. Oh my god, Note. Nope, you lost me. You lost me on the Korean. You definitely lost me on the Korean. At least you can now probably count to 10. Yeah. Yeah. True. I'm gonna go with true. He led the way down the beach to the park. Also, why are only some of those arranged into blog? I'm guessing, I don't know the name of the language, but I'm guessing it's Korean because the lesson I was given was if it has circles in it, it's Korean. That was what I was taught way, way back. I fixed it. Somehow changed my keyboard and hoped for help. Wait, did your keyboard get flipped into Korean? No way! Did you accidentally flip your keyboard into Hangul? Is that what the language is? Is that what the letter spelling system is called? Oh my god, no. That's so fucking funny! How in the fuck did that happen? I don't know. So a thing that happens in Canada. So in Canada, there's a button you can accidentally press in Microsoft that switches your keyboard to the French keyboard. And you won't notice it until you try to put in an exclamation or a question mark, and instead you get a capital E with an accent aigu. And it's the most frustrating thing. Yeah. The shortcut on my computer is Shift Caps Lock. Oh, okay, that could be why it happens a lot. What do you... Yeah, exactly, Mara. E. Now all I can see in my head is Note doing the update meme, except when he updates it's suddenly Korean and the fuck go backwards or Korea. Yeah. Shift Alt? Okay. I don't think anything is wrong. Oh my god. If I want varied Latin characters, I press and hold the letter. Yeah, you're on mobile, aren't you, Alice? Sometimes my keyboard will switch from US English to UK English, and it makes the... Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, you're on Mac. Right. When you install Windows, English Windows... Yeah, Z and Y get flipped around a lot. I don't have absolute ass of stream delay, definitely not mobile. Okay, yeah, you have a good point. You've got a good point. Fuck you, Twitch mobile. Okay, we need to finish this. He led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't far, so it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over top. By now, the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. Thank you for the honk, Note. He had definitely grown in the past few years. You had also outgrown the monkey bars. You were way too tall to play on them properly anymore. When he got to a bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up and through and then sat on top of the bars. His legs dangled off the side of the bar that he was perched on. You joined him. You didn't even have to stretch to pull yourself up, but it was a rather tall seat to clamber on, but it worked. Cove scooted over to give you more room to spread out. These monkey bars weren't made for two teens sitting on top of them. On that note, I do have to say that Z is so much better than Z, and I will die on this hill even if I'm American. Thank you, Mikey. Hell yeah. Honk for all the delayed peeps. Why not? Thank you for the goose. Absolutely. I am not dying on any hill. Z and Z are equally fine in my book, but like, why are they there? I mean, why not? Z is clearer, but Z takes less effort, even if it is less significant. No, I agree. Like it for me, I actually go back and forth between them depending on context. When I talk about the letter, I say Z, but like, for example, my friend and wonderful streamer DZ, I don't call him DZ, you know. Yes, Note, I did know that. It's the double S, it's the hard S. Because it's like, you use it in the word for street, which is Straße. Yeah? Guess what? He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. Right, it was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. It looks like it was just going to be the two of you tonight. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up.
No way.
I can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. Oh my god, he's mocking Jeremy. It's getting phased out, really? Is it, I guess that's kind of like the global villagey of thing of it all, right? Where like all of the letters are kind of all combined. Oh my god, I'm reading the silly sad ass thing and laughing. Oh god, it does suck that that letter is getting phased out though, Note. I have to call it Z instead of Z because my friend's already making fun of me for becoming British and I haven't even gone to London yet. Oh my god. Phonetics are so fascinating. There's like 3 different ways to make an R sound. Yeah, it's true. F's in the chat for a... Yeah, can I get some 07s? Can I get some 07s for the best, one of the best things in German? It will still take a few language rewrites, but it's getting used less every time. Wow. 07. Oh my god, Alice. Y'all. Y'all. Thank you. It will be missed. Oh my god. Alice. Ah! You were taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was quoting Jeremy. Ugh, parents don't know anything. Yeah, no, we're gonna make fun of them. Cove chuckled back at you, amused. You looked around. The old park, the streets you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were your stomping grounds. You wondered how Cove actually felt. How much of his joke was just a joke, and how much was sincere dislike of the place. Moving had never been his choice. Is that shit street, shit house? Like shitty street, shitty shit house? Is that what that translates to? Scheisse Straße, Scheisse Straße Haus? Or sorry, Scheisse Haus? I think. I fucking love it. I love it. Oh, man. Shit like that reminds me of my Opa, may he rest in peace. On the mark? Awesome. You really have to ask that, Cygnus? Cove kicked his legs carelessly as they dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion. Aw, Cove finally feels at home here. A contented feeling fell between the two of you. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone, and it was dark. Oh my fucking god, no. Yeah, that one might be outside of my wheelhouse. It's basically a meme. Holy fuck. Donna Dumps. Donna Dump. Oh my god. Donna Dump. She fart. Selectri. Oh my fucking no. I can't even. Holy shit. That word. But fictional. It's just meant to meme the possibility to chain words. Yeah, absolutely. That is German. That is the German submission to fight the Welsh language. Whenever you see a word in Welsh and you're like, what the fuck is happening? Germany is just like, oh, hold my beer, motherfuckers. Isn't the word, there's like a word for like speed limit reduction sign or something like that, like a sign meant to tell you that you need to reduce your speed, and it's also something like 40 words. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone and it was dark. Gesamtkunstwerk. Yeah, exactly. You chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. I wish the days were longer. I wish this day was longer. His feet kicked out. It made him look like a pouty child. I can barely speak English words without fucking up constantly. I think I'd just pass away trying to speak German. I mean, the thing about German is it's just they just like compound words a lot. Oh well. Cove sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thump when his feet hit the ground. You clambered down the monkey bars yourself. You lowered yourself more slowly than Cove and barely made a sound when your feet reached the ground. Geschwindigkeitsbrech. Oh, wow, hang on. Oh, Besh, there's no R there. There's no R there. The other thing, too, is I've got bad eyes, so when it's written that small, too, it's even harder. Geschwindigkeitsbeschränkungschild. Geschwindigkeit. Oh, wow. Wow! Geschwindigkeitsbeschränkungschild. Nope. 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 Not happening. Might contain typos, not completely sure. It's okay, my tongue contains typos reading it, so it's fine. I had to try for like 30 seconds to say "and" today, so I'm doomed. Alice, I believe in you. It's fine. It's all good. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck. With his water bottle in hand, he was ready. You both began your trek up the road. It was a quiet night, and you didn't run into anyone else. In what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. There was a soft expression, and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. Everything okay? I just remember when we were younger, it used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. You could indeed recall. If you got sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have more to say. And if you came home after dark, well, your moms and his dad better have said it was okay beforehand. You used to need permission for everything. That small comment he made exposed just how much freedom you really had this summer. Cove looked up into the sky, a smile still on his face as the two of you walked side by side reminiscing. When you came back to your houses, you turned to each other. Thanks for today, Cygnus. Thanks for the awesome day. Cove waved, and you both turned around to your respective houses. This was a pleasant end to the outing, you thought. There we go. So let's save. Now we're going to go to config. We're going to bring the menu down here. I traded my language processing for being good at video games. I mean, you are really good. If it had been the other way around, you would speak like 18 different languages. It's fucking true, Alice. It's fucking true. I'll stick with my surname, the only German I will know. Yeah, my surname is also German as fuck, but like, I can't talk about it on Twitch because my surname is so rare that it would immediately dox me so fucking hard. Like, so fucking hard. So I can't talk about my last name on stream. The last time I looked, I think there are less than 70 people in the world with my last name. So, and definitely nobody else with my first name, I don't think, because my first name is very, very Scottish, British, and my last name is very German. So it's probably Sal's. It is not. Note. It is not. It is decidedly longer. Angus Salzman. Got it. Yeah, that's also why I'm the Salt King. It's because I'm secretly Sal's. Yeah, John Sal's. That 70 is very, very generous, sir. Yeah, I know, Pint. I was trying to not give it too hard. It is Probably closer to like 40. Joe Salt. That's my real name, everybody. My real name is Joe Salt. Pleasure to meet you. You found me. You got it. You nailed it. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. And Joe Salt, inventor of salt. Perfect. Exactly. Love it. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. When I come back, we're going to do another chapter. Don't worry about the ads. I don't actually give a shit about them. I'm just trying to make them go away for people. So, yeah. Oh, hang on. Fuck, wrong button. This one. There we go. Yeah, so I'll be back shortly, and then we'll get back to it. All right. Sorry, I'm just clicking a few things, getting things set back up again. Getting everything good to go on my end. All right, we're good. I had to switch back over to my headphones just because it was getting late and I didn't want to be too loud. And now I think we are good to go. 11th grade, I was taught French and Spanish by guidance counselor. Oh, God. That's not great. That is not great at all. All right. Depending on the length of the chapter, we probably have enough time for one more, knowing how much we get distracted. Let's do... let's do family. We do. What sort did you want? I'm just gonna grab one. I'm kind of feeling lazy and just going left to right now. God, my phone is being such a jerk tonight. Shush. Hush, phone. Let's do family. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky, and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of the heat with the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house, and had been relaxing there for a while now. Lee had come over earlier in the day, and while a range of activities had been discussed, from staying home to heading down to the beach, a picnic on the hill was the choice you had both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you, some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. You sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk about the musical she'd gotten to see a few days ago. It was unbelievable. There was singing, dancing, and crazy stunts, and it was all done live right in front of my face. Maybe one day we could go together. I've got to see more shows like that. You smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she enjoyed singing and performing. She was good at it, too. You'd gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of tunes, and you knew she'd put a lot of effort into it. You also liked to sing, but you weren't very good. You also liked to sing and had talent of your own. You didn't like to sing, but you've been told you were good at it. You weren't good at singing, and that suited you fine. We have found the theater kid. Yeah, Lee is the theater kid. Left Terrace isn't much of a singer, but he's good at it. Whether that was true or not, there were other things you preferred doing more. I wonder if maybe we could put on our own show? Think of how fun it would be. We could perform for our parents and ask our friends and some other people to come and watch. It'd totally work. Let's do it. Sure, I'll give it a go. It's not a good idea. It'd be embarrassing. Sure, I'd give it a go. It wasn't something you had really thought about before, but if Lee wanted to do it, then you could at least give it a shot. Lee clapped in excitement and bounced on the balls of her feet, beyond happy you were on board with her idea. I'm gonna sing. What about you? I know singing isn't your thing. I'll sing too, I'll dance, I'll play an instrument, I'll write the song. I'll play the drums! That will be perfect. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? one more thing. I'll also write it. Ooh, I hope it's something dramatic. No, how about fun? Fun is better. What about both? Lee's face lit up at the idea and she gave you a broad smile. That sounds perfect. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? No, that's all. The two of you ran back to the house to grab the supplies you needed, dodging your mom's amused questions, before heading back to the blanket to get started. What if the game just segued into a music maker? I mean, that'd be great. I'd be fine with that. Both is good. Absolutely it is. You made sure you had a notebook and a pen down in case some inspiration hit. Lee and you discussed the plans in detail, settling on a song first and then practicing out parts for the show. The afternoon passed quickly, the sun dropping lower and lower in the sky. After having thoroughly worked out how the show was going to go, you decided to take a break.
Oh.
You know, we should have invited Cove to watch us practice our show. He could tell us if it's bad before we put on the real thing. That's smart. You guess it wouldn't be okay. I'm glad he didn't see. You said nothing. That's smart. Cove would be nice. Cove totally won't be brutally honest. We should ask him to watch us later. Okay. It's too bad Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him. Oh boy. He's a good person. I really like him too. Yeah, he's a good person. I knew you'd think so. But speaking of boys we like, what's the relationship status between you and Cove? Is it good? Oh my god, Lee, you little gossip. Yeah, it's good. I don't know. You blushed and said nothing. Ooh, you're bright red. I guess it's very good. But like, really, are you going to be telling him you have a crush on him anytime soon, or what? I'm pretty sure he already knows. She really said, Cygnus, you ain't slick. She really did. Pretty sure isn't sure. You should declare it to him. You mumbled something incoherent, and she gave you a pointed look. You know that he has a crush on you too. It's obvious for him. It's obvious for you. Why not just do it? You didn't say anything, wondering about the possibilities instead. The two of you talked a little more about Cove, amongst other topics, and you found that it was nice having someone to speak about these sorts of things with. Lee is calling y'all out so hard. It's so true. It's so fucking true. Unrealistic. What if reject? It seems pretty fucking clear that it's not going to happen, but they're both being 13-year-old boys about it. Finally, you both decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Lee talked excitedly about the show as you did, and you thought back on what you already accomplished for it. You could definitely do with a little more practice, but what you had so far was a solid foundation for the performance. Uh-oh. Upon walking through the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick in the air as the three of them turned to you and Lee, frowning slightly. You had interrupted something. Exactly what? You weren't sure. Wow, who died? Oh my god. What's going on? Hello? Have you seen how Cove looks at Cygnus? It's kind of blindingly obvious he's down bad. It's rough. What's going on? They yassified the Quaker Oats guy? Oh no! Your moms looked at each other, wondering which of them was going to speak first. Eventually, Mom cleared her throat and spoke.
Oh.
We're just having a talk with your sister. The room fell quiet again, with no one quite knowing what to say. You felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just because those two are here. There's no reason to try keeping it a secret. Lizzie, what did you do? Yeah, I'm feeling that. Elizabeth was mad, with her arms folded defensively over her chest, but your moms nodded in agreement with her.
Well...
Elizabeth was asking about her parents. Her biological ones. Oh! Hi, Sombra. You got here just in time for really awkward story time. I did ask what kind of vignette you wanted. No, it's fine, Mara. It's perfectly fine. If I just come in at a moment? Yeah, Elizabeth is, Elizabeth just confronted her parents about her biological parents. Because I guess our moms decided to adopt rather than do, like, in vitro. Where's the option to turn around and leave? Yeah, no, Pint, I would like to thank you for the first absolutely flawless use of this emote. Maybe adopt, we don't know yet. That's true, that's true, that's true. Well, they said biological parents with an S, so... How you doing, though, Sombra? Welcome in. Just like, I'll go anywhere else. The world spun around you at the news. You couldn't understand. Why was this happening now? When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably, as though she didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. Ma could be the bio mom. That is something to ask. I mean, that's true. Your mums had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister, but the details had never been fully explained before. Okay, so there we go. That explains that. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional disruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from either of you. It's your right to know your past. But we did want to wait until you asked to hear yourselves. Well, it's happening now, so... Your mom shared a nervous glance, and Ma took in a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here?
No.
No, you weren't.
Thank you for the subscription.
Chessie! Thank you for the sub for 9 months. Also, I do need to clarify, there are 2 MILFs. The one in the middle is like 16. We have discussed several times though that everybody in this game is like looks like they're either 17 or 25 regardless of their age. Sorry, I didn't know, Chessie. It's all good. I know you didn't know. I know you didn't know. No, they don't. Everybody in this game looks like they're like 17 or older at the youngest. It's the art style for sure. And like the 2 moms do not look like they should have a 15 and 13-year-old kid. But yes, welcome in, Chessie. This game is very, very gay. You're going to love it. Did the moms even age? They look the same as when you were a kid. They did, just not as much as they should have. They did not age 5 years. They aged like 2. No, see, Mom put her hair in a bun, therefore she's older now. And Alice is compromised. Good moisturizer? Very good moisturizer. You could see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more with what to do or how to react. Am I gonna have to pass some tests to even be a citizen? Oh, Elizabeth, hon. Yes, I'm just dead on the floor. Alice, I'm so sorry.
No.
No, you were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child into the US. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, placated with the information but still far from happy. Who were my parents? as people. Why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulder, trying to provide some support before she gave her the answer. Yeah, that moisturizer worked wonders, right?
I am so sorry.
I'm so sorry, sweetie. Your parents were reported to have died. Damn! Game got heavy! Holy shit! Oh, okay, death exists. Oh, we did not pick the light chapter. No, we did not. They didn't go into the details on the specifics of how, but you were an orphan. I wish we had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between emotions. Her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settling on enraged. Great, so I can never meet them, even if I wanted to. Not that I could have, anyway, since they live in another part of the world where they were still alive. Elizabeth turned her back on you and your moms and stormed off, sprinting upstairs into her room before anyone could stop her. Looks like you've turned this into death in praxis somehow anyway, Salt. GG. Glad I could help. I have to go and talk to her. Ma immediately started to follow her, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. We should give her a little space to process it all. Your Ma's head hung low, but she stopped walking. With Elizabeth now gone, the two of them seemed to remember you and Lee were still standing awkwardly off to the side. I'm sorry you had to see all that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came. Definitely gonna go through some stuff there for sure. Better a confirmed orphan than trying to negotiate the everything else that comes up with international adoption. Okay. But since it's the topic of the day, Cygnus, is there anything you'd like to ask? You deserve to know, after all. Lee patted your back and gave you a supportive look. Yeah, I want to know. Might as well know now. Your parents both nodded in sync to your reply, ready to talk. I can leave if you want to have things be private. Yeah, we're adopted because we got 2 gay moms. And they didn't want to go the bio route. No, I want Lee to be here. Lee's like my other best friend that isn't Cove. I can do that. Lee shifted a little closer to you in support, and you were glad to have her there with you. It made you feel a little stronger somehow. You turned to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. Ma was the first to speak, with her voice quivering with emotion. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth. We used a different organization that time, and you were adopted within the US. We're sorry to tell you, Cygnus, but your parents had also passed away, and no other family member took you in, if there were any. Aw, Chessie, that's wonderful. And thank you for trusting us with that. Like, that's genuinely, that's very, very sweet of you. That means a lot. Thank you. That's why we wanted to wait until you asked. We didn't want to suddenly drop that in your lap. We wanted you to be prepared.
I'm sorry.
We're sorry, Cygnus. Lee gave you a reassuring squeeze on the arm to show you she was there for you. You said nothing, it's not your fault. Started to cry, you were so angry. See, this is hard for me because I'm not, so I don't know how I would process that. We're gonna let our boy cry. That's a sad thing to find out. What would Lefteris do? I don't know, because Lefteris is a child here. Lefteris has not been hardened by the world yet. A lump formed in your throat just as warm tears started falling over your cheeks. You wiped them away with the back of your hand, sniffling quietly. Crying is probably very understandable. Yeah, I feel like it's like, even if you're not, like, upset with your life situation, that's a very understandable reaction, right? It's a shock to the system. You wipe them away with the back of your hand, sniffling quietly. Thank you for listening, Cygnus. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have.
Are you okay?
How are you feeling now? Are you going to be okay? It's still a lot to know, exactly. Lee watched you closely, as though judging how exactly she should react to what was going on. I feel fine. You feel fine, but you didn't mean that. You continued to cry. You held back the tears, but you weren't fine at all. Anger rose inside of you. You definitely weren't okay. You said nothing. I think it's like the initial sadness, but would be ultimately okay because you have a good life. So now that Lefteris will have a confirmed boyfriend, how are you going to fit Cove into the Lefteris mythology? Lefteris was poly. Lefteris had a husband and a wife. Easy. You spoke with a refreshed tone, as though you had a load off. Your mom smiled sadly, but you knew they believed you. Good for him. Yeah, exactly. No one seemed to have any words after that. You went up to your room. You need to stay here with your moms. You need to get out of the house. You wanted to see Elizabeth. You wanted to see Cove. You know what? You know what? This is the one time I think I'm not going to choose Cove. This is the one time I'm not going to choose Cove. You were worried about Elizabeth. Even though she had been so angry when talking to your moms about everything, you could see that she was clearly sad. You headed over to the stairs and up to her room. This we're going to leave Lee behind on. It would be best to speak to Elizabeth alone. There was more of a chance of her opening up to you that way. Waiting in front of your sister's door, you raised a hand to knock on it. There was no answer for a good minute or two, and when you jiggled the handle, you found it was locked. Raising your hand again, you knocked louder this time, thinking she must have her headphones on so she couldn't hear you. When she didn't answer the door a second time, it was clear to you that she either still couldn't hear or was just straight up ignoring you. It hurt to be shut out, especially right now. You wanted to get out of the house, you went to your room. Alright, well, then in that case, now we're gonna go see our boy. More than anything, in that moment you wanted to see Cove. No one could be there for you the way he could. You turned on your heel without another word and headed towards the door. Once outside, you strode across the street purposefully, Cove's house set in your sights. After you raised your hand to knock on the door, it only took a few moments for Mr. Holden to answer it, giving you a broad smile. Hi, Cygnus. Looking for Cove, I bet? Yeah, that's right. Cove turned and whistled down the hall in direction... Cliff turned and whistled down the hall in the direction of Cove's room. Hey, sport. Got a guest. Hello, Mr. Holden. Yeah. Oh my god, how old is this man? Apparently old enough to have a 13-year-old son. Confirmed DILF. There had to be at least... They had to have at least one DILF in this ocean of MILFs they've created for us. They had to have one DILF. There had to be one. Sombra's just like, hello, daddy. Lesbian? Question mark. I mean, I know how old he is, but that hasn't come up yet, so the best of... He's great. Cliff, I honestly legitimately like Cliff Holden. He's an idiot, but I love him.
No worries.
He'll be here any second. As promised, it didn't take long before footsteps echoed down the hall, and Cove's head of green hair appeared before you all. He looked past his dad to see you standing there and smiled, pleased at your visit. Hey, Cygnus. Hi, Cove. Can you hang out now? He gave you a placid smile, one you were all too familiar with. Cove comes by his himbo-ness honestly. Does he fucking ever? Sure. He looked ahead to see you standing there, and when his eyes widened, you guessed he had noticed you'd been crying. You kids take care, alright? I'll be around if you need anything. Mr. Holden shuffled back into the house and closed the front door, giving you some privacy. Cove tilted his head at you, his bangs falling into his face as he did so. Anime! Look at Cove here trying so hard to be fucking suave. Cove, you are barely a teenager. They're wavy because he is a child of the sea. So, what's up? There's a lot going on. There's nothing. I need to talk to you. My parents are dead! just fully Batman it. Just all of a sudden, just look at Cove dead in the eyes and be like, my parents are dead. I need to talk to you. Cove's forehead furrowed in concern at your words. Well, I'm here. You can tell me. My mom and dad who gave birth to me, they're dead. This is where my parents died, Raphael. Yeah, exactly. Cow a bummer, dude. He'll think you mean your mom's. Yeah, that's a big oof. Without having to say anything else, Cove reached out and pulled you into a tight embrace, his familiar warmth enveloping you. So Cal is Jeremy, got it. Nah, Cal is fine. Although Jeremy was also making fun of Cove's eyebrows, it's true. I'm sorry, Cygnus. Okay, I need to stop laughing at the chat shenanigans. This is a really serious moment. It's different because I wouldn't do it to his face. Cal is way politer than Jeremy, and Cove is fictional in our world. All valid. All valid. Okay. See? No, Cal is wonderful. Cal is wonderful. We adore Cal. Oh. Okay, let's get back to this very serious moment. Game, very serious, heavy scene. Chat, the memes. Alright, here we go. His words were whispered comfortingly into your shoulder. You don't have to do this. I'm okay. Started to cry. Yeah, we're gonna be soft. We're gonna be soft for our boy. You pressed your face into the crook of his neck. You pressed your face into the crook of his neck, unable to stop the tears. Then, the hold he had on you tightened. Gallows humor is why we're so good at Hangman. Jesus fuck. Can we talk somewhere else? You felt uncomfortable huddling around the entrance of Cove's house. That feeling didn't seem to be a problem, though. Yeah. He took you by the arm and encouraged you along behind him. You followed without protest. You headed towards the hills where you and Lee had spent the majority of your day. Things seemed so different then, only a couple hours ago, and you wondered how everything had changed so drastically. Chat said nobody will cry on this evening of Wednesday, the 24th of November. It's true. Cove is holding you so tightly. It's true. You took a seat in the grass beside Cove, who bent his legs and rested his arms on them before he turned to you again. Can you explain everything to me? You nodded softly before taking in a heavy breath and launching into the story. Cove sat quietly and listened attentively, nodding every now and then or taking in a sharp inhale. It took a long time for you to relay the details. Dozens of stars were Wow, I just had a moment of, like, dyslexia there. Holy shit. Whoa. I looked at the word pinpointed and my brain said it was disappointed. Like, my brain flipped the P to a D and read it as disappointed. Wow, I've never had anything like that happen before. Let's try that sentence again. Dozens of stars were pinpointed in the sky as the night wore on. Silence settled between you and Cove. Silence settled between you as Cove sat quietly for a moment, contemplating everything you had said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, drifting through the night towards you.
Cygnus.
Cygnus,
I'm so sorry.
I'm really sorry about what happened to your parents. I'm so sorry. He stopped suddenly and took in a deep, shaky breath, and you got the impression he was struggling with what was right to say. I feel bad that I don't feel worse about it. I'm sad I'll never get to know them. I feel bad that I don't feel worse about it, honestly. I never knew them at all. They're strangers, even if they did have me.
Cygnus.
Cygnus, you're not doing anything wrong. You know that, right? I think you can be as sad as you want for as long as you need, or you can feel okay about it whenever you want to. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair as he looked out over the ocean.
It's okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, whatever you feel about it is how you feel about it. You don't have to force yourself to be different. You'd be like, Cygnus, it's so true. Thank you, Cove. We've done enough crying. His words had made you feel better, and you knew it was true. You didn't have to apologize or make any excuses for the way you felt about it all. Cove smiled at you a little, and you could tell he was trying to be comforting. And your moms definitely don't. It doesn't matter if you're not blood related, you're definitely family. I can see that, and I hope you can too. You felt the reassurance in his eyes. Yeah! Cove says all families are families. You stayed up on the hill together a little longer, looking out over the ocean and the stars that shone brightly above it. After talking about the situation with someone who wasn't directly a part of it, you started to see things in a different light. Above all, you were glad to have Cove's support, and to know you could count on him if you needed it. Hey. The sudden voice of your sister behind you made you jump. You saw her standing a little way away. She walked closer, and you didn't quite know what to do or what she was planning on saying.
So?
Would you mind going? I want to talk to just Cygnus. You can come back. It's not going to be forever or anything. Cove seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. Sorry, Cove, but once again, I think this is something that we have to do, just the two of us. I want to talk to you too.
Really?
Oh? Then we're on the same page. She made a little move-along gesture with her hands, and it was settled. You waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with an inquisitive look. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did Moms tell you about your parents too? Yep. My parents also died. Elizabeth broke eye contact after that.
Sorry.
Yep. Why did you want to talk to me? I went to see you and you didn't even answer. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at the news.
What?
I didn't hear anything. Shutting everything out with loud music was very typical of your sister. You didn't feel much less confused, though. Why did you stop doing that, then? She shook her head as though the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment before settling on you once more. I wanted to ask you what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. Pretty crappy of you to just bail. No, I'm amazed you noticed that was unkind. No, that's rude. I'm not mad at you. You were quietly surprised by our mission. Thank you for thinking of me. No, we need to actually have some sibling bonding here for once. She stuck her nose up a little at that, but her smile was soft. I'm okay, Elizabeth. It didn't upset me.
Eh.
How are you allowed to be that mature? The lightning spirits in her were quickly gone as she slipped back into a scowl. You have to be born in the US to become president. What? You had never heard that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. I get that I was never gonna be president, but it just feels weird having stuff taken away, not even getting a chance at it. I don't like having to know that when I was born, I was gonna have a completely different life. So different I can't even think about what it would look like in my head. I could have spoken another language, lived away from everything I'd ever seen here, had someone else as my sibling, and then my parents died, I was adopted, and the life I got became a totally new thing forever. Ah yes, that bullshit law, yeah. I can't go back to what it was even if I wanted to. A heaviness settled between you and the person who became your sister. You knew exactly how she felt. It was a confusing feeling to have lived one way for as long as you can remember, but not having it be what was originally yours. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was still trying to make sense of this to you and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me ask the question. It was just something I've had in my head for a while. It is such a deep conversation, for real. This game really does, like, when it decides it wants to dig into, like, things like this, it really, really digs into them. When it was just me and Mom's in the living room, I just kind of said it, finally, and there you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit. She also spoke more gently. Learning about them and what happened doesn't change how I feel about our family, Cygnus. She smirked, fixing you with sharp eyes. I'd already figured a long time ago that moms weren't our biological parents. That isn't news. Technically, one of them could have been related to you. Our moms can have kids, just not both together. True, but I'm not half white or native Hawaiian, so no. Neither of them really could have been my mom.
Nice try.
Nice try, smart Alec. Nothing about the family I was first born in would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. I'm gonna have to play this game myself eventually. I'd love to play through with my own decisions and see how it plays out. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the base game is free. I think all the DLC totaled is like $15 Canadian, maybe 20. If you had hoped you'd be free of my big sisterly status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulder against yours playfully, her lips tilted at the corners.
You'll always be my little brother.
I'm so glad they voiced that line. I'm so glad they voiced that line. That's really cute. Smiled softly. You jokingly groaned. You bumped back. Hug time. It took a few seconds, but she gave you a quick squeeze in return. You'll always be my family too. I think I'm really lucky. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone in the end. Ready to head back home? It's been a long day. You gave her a nod.
Come on.
Come on, you two, let's go. And that line changes based on your gender, still voiced. That's awesome. You walked home together in a comfortable silence down the well-worn street. The familiarity of it all felt nice. When you stepped through the door, you found your moms quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. Their heads snapped up and they got to their feet to meet you, Ma giving you a careful smile. We're so glad to see you. Sorry for walking away before. Yeah, I think the game takes into consideration any transgender identities you have. I think like later on, if you trans your gender in like the next stage, like if I was brother here but then I transition, she would just start calling you sister. That's alright, sweetheart. We're just happy to have you here again. Ma then came over and wrapped her arms around you and Elizabeth, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around the both of you.
Love you.
We really couldn't have asked for better kiddos. We love you. More than we could ever say. Moms. You smiled at their comfort. You were so glad your moms were alright. You're smushing me, smiling. I love you too. It was a nice moment, and you enjoyed it for as long as you could. They both pulled back eventually and grinned at the two of you, and you knew then that you all had each other and you always would. Yeah, they all look the same age. Hey, I hope you're alright. Oh, Lee, you've been so patient, you sweetheart. Lee came up towards you, a soft smile plastered on her face. And are you okay, Elizabeth? Elizabeth rolled her eyes and huffed a breath, and you knew she wasn't used to showing her vulnerable side.
Fine.
I'm doing fine. Lee nodded, though you could tell she didn't quite believe her. Well, now since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family? Yeah, Lee's just been here this whole time. Poor girl. That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over.
Totally.
I love the sound of that. Okay. Cove looked a little bashed. Cove is also here? Wait, I didn't realize Cove came over for this too. Oh my god, Cove just standing in the corner, literally just like... big emotional part. And Cove is just in the corner, just kind of like, So nice to see them supportive. It's really sweet. It really is, Chessie. Cove looked a little bashful, likely over being included as part of the family, but he tried not to pay much attention to it. Yeah, exactly, Sombra. Exactly. Cove is making that exact face. Moms just consider Cove the unofficial son-in-law. Yeah, they're waiting for it. They're like, it's gonna take 10 more years, but it's gonna happen. Oh, y'all aren't married yet? Yeah, right? Why not? You hid the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't even teased Cove for being part of it. And no matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be here. He was someone who was really important to you. Who's got a suggestion? It should be something we can do in the house with everyone in the same room. You suddenly remembered the show you and Liam had been working on earlier. Maybe we can do our show? Let's do it.
Oh.
A show? This is the first time we're hearing of this. I'm intrigued.
Wonderful.
It would be amazing if you could put it on for us to watch. Oh yeah, I need to see what you've cooked up. Elizabeth is like, I will roast you to the end of the world. In part 4, moms just give y'all a 10th anniversary present. Yeah, fuck, basically. That'd be cool. You smiled at Lee, who returned the gesture while bouncing on her heels in excitement. Take some seats and we'll get everything together. Your moms collected the chairs from around the dining table and set them in a row in the living room, where there was enough space for the show. While they did that, you and Lee quickly gathered the supplies you needed and rehashed the plan one last time. You went through the song you had written one last time, and you collected your instrument from your room, making sure it was ready to go. Just casually grabs my... Wait, hang on. Because Cygnus plays the drums, so he's just gonna casually grab a fucking drum kit from his room, drag it to the living room, and is just going to beat the fuck out of the drums in the living room. Hand drums? Maybe, but don't take this from me. Don't take this from me. I'm the idea of left terrace. That sounds like Pete Sulk, to be fair. Yes. I never got to have a drum kit at home for this reason. Oh, does your brother drum, Cal? Air drums. Yeah, exactly. When the two of you returned to the living room, everyone was sitting and chatting amongst themselves while they waited. The group quieted down when you and Lee stood in front of them on your makeshift stage. Lee was buzzing quietly with excitement beside you. You felt nervous all of a sudden? Pardon me, sorry about that. You were pumped for the show. You weren't sure how you felt, but I think pumped. Yep. The time you and Lee put into practicing was worth it. You were ready to go. Cygnus's mom's got him a drum kit so he'd stop playing on all the furniture. Now I'm getting called the fuck out. For once, Cal, I can't say I'm sorry to hear that because as a drummer, I fucking love drums. So I'm just like, yes, drums! Okay, so welcome to our show. We only came up with it today, but we promise it'll be good. You stay quiet. Thank you for being here tonight. No refunds. You're really gonna be impressed. Yeah, fuck it. Your mom's cheered in encouragement, excited to see the performance. But it's so loud. Cal, that's the best part about drums. That's the best part. I don't know what to tell you, Cal. That's the best part. Drums! As opposed to sand! They didn't want utensil marks in their dinner table? Why ever not? I have no idea, Pint. Then you nodded at Lee when you were ready to begin. Lee took in a deep breath, waiting the few beats it took to get into the song, and started singing. You banged away on your drum set to the beat of the song. Do they have any idea? Okay, the writers in this game have no idea how long it takes to set up a drum kit. So this scene is accidentally comically hilarious. Like, you can't just go and casually grab the entire kit. You gotta do this like one fucking drum at a time. Our parents have the patience of absolute fucking saints to see me come down with the bass drum. Like, to see Cygnus come down with the bass drum and not immediately just be like, no. Maybe the drum kit is set in the living room. It specifically said that we got our instrument from our room. It said that. Though. Do you drum on your body whenever you're standing still? Cal, I drum, so... I drum on stream. You just don't see it because you don't see this part of my body, right? But, like, there has never been a stream where I'm not drumming. You just don't see it because I'm tapping on my leg or I'm tapping on my desk. Solid drums on everything. Everything. Pint is correct. Pint is 100% correct. Brother does that too, and he doesn't even have ADHD. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you combine to that too, that it's also like my ADHD stim. Like, yeah. Maybe it's a small drum kit. Even still, that would have been like 4 trips minimum. I'm not saying it's a bad decision. I'm not being like, they didn't think this through. This, to me, just makes the scene that much more adorable and comical, which is great, because it's exactly what this story needs at the end of today. Look, they just dropped an emotional bomb on both you and Elizabeth today, so they're probably more likely to be patient today. It's true. They saw me come down with the base kick, and they were like, yeah, okay, we've earned this. Cygnus is just ripped and did it in 2 trips. Oh my god. Woo, stims! Hell yeah, Sombra. Alright, so we're banging away on our drum kit to the beat of the song. Good eve. Art, hello! How are you? Have you made it home yet, or are you elsewhere? It made you proud to have the lyrics you'd written sung like this. You're home? Oh, yay! Okay, I will come say hi shortly. Got back about an hour ago? Ah, I see. Okay. Had many food. Fuck yes, I could also go for many food. When the performance was over, Lee took your hand in hers, and the two of you bowed deeply together. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened yourself up, you were happy to see that even Elizabeth was clapping for you. What's this game? Art, this is Our Life, Beginnings and Always. It is a visual novel in which you start at the age of 8 years old, and there's 4 parts, and with each part you advance 5 years in age. And it's about how a boy moves in next door in the tiny little beach town that you grow up in, and the two of you kind of grow up together, and it's about your interactions and the interactions with your family and friends and loved ones. It is exceedingly gay. It is super queer friendly, super trans friendly, and just very wholesome and good feeling, amazing, awesome game. And it was recommended by Mara to give us a really feel-good game in the middle of the week, because it's basically just reading a book. So this girl is our cousin Lee. She's really sweet. It's really lovely. It's been a really lovely break for sure. When I had to concentrate on Matt helping me make my D&D character, I had to keep stroking a soft makeup brush because I was like, this information needs to go in brain. Yeah, exactly, Sombra, for sure. Can something be exceedingly gay if there's no limit to exceed? I mean, it can be, and then you set a new limit and you exceed it. Listen, it's about reaching your goals. Even if that goal is be as gay as possible. But yeah, it's really fun, and it's free. It has some DLC packs. But it's completely free to play on Steam as well, which is great. Everybody is noticing that Pint has reached 69 gift subs. It was a very, 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 very pointed decision by Pint to stay here. I feel like Pint is not going to leave off of 69 gift subs for a long time, and that's valid. That is more than enough generosity. Yeah, Mara added this sweet visual novel. You added more FromSoft games for suffering. You gotta have balance. It's been that way for a while. It has, but again, Pint supports so much that it can stay there. It is perfectly fine. I just have to make another account to gift subs. Jesus Christ, Pint. No. You guys have Mr. Kipling in Canada because their tagline is exceedingly good cakes, and now all I'm going to see is exceedingly gay cakes. We do not have Mr. Kipling, but that is a great slogan. Like, it's not like Pint didn't fucking throw $50 at me to buy Pokemon on fucking Monday, so like, it's fine. It's fine. You can use mine. Oh my god, Urban. Oh my god, Urban. We do have Kipling Avenue. It's true, I work near Kipling Avenue. Yes, I did get Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. So I'm going to be starting that on Mondays after I beat Everhood, and we will be Nuzlocking it. So that will be happening. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened yourself up, you were happy to see that even Elizabeth was clapping for you. Bravo! Bravo!
Good job.
You're so talented. Your family rose from their seats and came over to congratulate you more directly. You were beaming from ear to ear. I mean, you know I like to see you suffer, Salt, but I wanted my feel-good visual novel to counteract the trash fire of the world. I mean, that's valid, Mara. Cove was the first to approach, stepping up to you and Lee with a smile on his face.
It's nice.
Nice job. Thank you. You're really great with the drums, Cygnus. It was cool. Thanks. It was pretty good, huh? You blushed and said nothing. Look at a crowd that's easily impressed. Thanks. Welcome. Hey, were you the one who wrote that song? Yeah, that was me. Cove smiled, content over his guess being correct.
Not bad.
I thought so. It was good. You couldn't help but feel flattered that he could recognize your talents so easily. Oh god, Pint, what are you doing? What are you going to make me stream, Pint? Your parents gushed about how great everything was and thanked you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary in her own way. Although she described the show as cute, which you know meant as kind of kiddie. You laughed it off, however, and were just happy that everyone had a nice time. You will play all of Hatful Boyfriend if I have to come to Toronto and make you. Oh my god. Pigeon dating sim, let's go. You laughed it off, however, and were just happy that everyone had a nice time. In that moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be a part of the family you had. Doesn't that have the creepy murder route also? Oh god, I don't think this game has a creepy murder route. It definitely doesn't. You will love every birdie. So, Sombra, Hatful Boyfriend is like a dating sim visual novel, but all of the boyfriends you can date are pigeons. It's a time. It's a time. It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. Do we think we can get one more done? Hatful does have a murder route, as all dating sims should. Fair. Very fair. Do you think we have time to do one more? Or is it gonna go too late? Because we're kind of at an awkward space right now where like this is... Depends which one you choose. What's a short one? If you can recommend a short one, then I will do it. Because it's kind of slightly too early for me to end stream. Oh, let you see what's left? Yeah, that would probably help, right? That would probably help if I did that. Let's go. And while you're looking at that, I'm going to see if I can find a thing really quickly. No such thing as too early, go to bed. No, I like my streams to be at least 4 hours. I don't like to end my streams earlier than 4 hours, if I can help it. Escapade, maybe? Okay. Give me 2 seconds. Is this the one? I think this is the one. Yes. Okay. Bayburn, so good to see you as well as everyone else who raided in. I don't know if I missed anybody. Chessie, good to have you in as well. You've been here back and forth, but I'm glad to have you in the chat. All the ooh-woos, all the love. So right now, we are playing a really wholesome game called Our Life Beginnings and Always. It is a visual novel about you starting at the age of 8, meeting the boy who moved in just across the street. You become very close friends, and maybe one day you'll be more. And the game takes place over 4 parts, 5 years apart. So we're in part 2, so we're 13, and so is our best friend. And it's already become very clear that there's a little bit more than just friendship happening between the two of us. It is super queer friendly. It is super gay, super trans positive and everything. It's so lovely and wholesome. So now, after all that hype, we're going to do one more chapter before we call it for the night. So basically, this is just me reading you all a story, which I'm fine with. Let's do Escapade. You're gonna lurk? No problem, Bae. Thank you. Go get that food. Oh, it's so good to see those emotes, May. Thank you for using those hypes and getting those moshes in too. That's so good. You looked up, noticing that the sun was finally setting. You had been trying to delay the end of the day for as long as possible. The evening breeze tickled your nose as you sat on your front porch, munching on fresh watermelon slices. The snack made you happy. Thought watermelon was just okay. Watermelon's a summer tradition. No, I fucking love watermelon. Yeah, it is really fun. It's been really, honestly, like, it's been nice to have this nice wholesome break in the middle of my stream week. You picked up another slice. Even though you already had dinner, you were still delighted to make room for some watermelon. You turned to look at Cove. You both had been sitting in comfortable silence for a while now. This is our next door neighbor. He sat next to you, close enough for your shoulders to touch. He was happily absorbed in his thoughts and his own slice of watermelon. Chuckling, you watched as his face twisted in discomfort. He had to stop chewing to spit a seed into the bush. Bet I can spit a seed further than you. Immediately, you shoved the majority of what was left of your watermelon slice into your mouth just to get a seed to prove your point. As soon as you could, you sent that seed sailing into the middle of the street. Did you see that, Cove? Cove burst into laughter that slowed to a wide grin. You could tell he was equal parts surprised and impressed. Can you do that again? I didn't see where it landed. Of course I can. You popped another seed into your mouth and focused on where the last one landed. Setting the seed free, you got it to go even further this time.
Not bad.
Not bad. Not bad? You had Cove chuckling again. It was taking a lot of focus to stay looking serious and not break into laughter yourself. I'd like to see you try. I will. Cove took in a mouthful of watermelon, face grimacing when he had the seed. Then his expression morphed into a serious look, and he sent the seed flying, landing in a similar spot to yours. Wait, you got to do two. I need another try. He spoke before you could even comment on his non-victory. His determination got you laughing. He quickly sent another closer to where your second one had landed. Seems we're evenly matched for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, for now. The next several minutes, the two of you kept carving seeds from your slices and giggling at the ridiculousness of the competition. Eventually, a truce was called, and you both went back to eating the neglected watermelon flesh. You're gonna lurk? Need to play games? May, that'd be awesome. DM me, I'd love to play games soon. I fucking miss game time. We've always had a blast. So, like, do not hesitate to DM me and we'll chat. And thank you for that lurk. Go take care of yourself after do all your post-stream self-care. Heck yeah. I wonder if I'll have another slice after this one. It is really good to see you. Mara is absolutely right. That one is your third already. Is that bad? It tastes really good. Bumped him with your shoulder. No, it's alright, definitely bad. You sighed affectionately. Bumped him with the shoulder. Cove matched your smirk and gave you a nudge in return. A little while later, Cove flinched, making a confused sound. He slowly put his slice down on the plate next to him. Are you okay? Yeah. He stood up, head tilted back to look at the sky. His feet took him to the middle of the street. Did you notice anything? What do you mean?
Huh.
I thought I felt a raindrop. The sun's still out. You put down your watermelon slice and hopped off your front step. Immediately, you felt a tap of water on the crown of your head, making you yelp. You're right. Oh, here we go. Cove was still staring up at the sky, and you watched as he began blinking more rapidly. When he finally turned in your direction, his face was bemused. It's a sun shower. It seemed crazy, but soon you wouldn't be able to avoid the drops that began increasing into a light shower. Booming with laughter, Cove kicked off his shoes towards the front door, then reveled in the moment. You were excited, you hid from the rain. Felt kinda special to you. Yeah, it's cute. Cute fucking shit. Something rooted you in place. You couldn't quite put your finger on any word to describe the feeling. Elated, he was jumping and spinning in the rain. There was also a warmth radiating from him. And then we joined him. You ran over to stand out in the street with him. He smiled at your approach and offered you his hand. You took it. You played in the droplets until you were both dizzy and laughed until your bodies ached. Just as suddenly as the sprinkling started, it stopped and left you dripping with the smell of wet asphalt and soil tickling your nose. Playing in the street. Yeah, they live in the middle of nowhere. They can play in the street. It's fine.
Thank you for the subscription.
Oh, what the fuck, Pint? With the tier 3? The fuck you doing? Holy shit! Thank you! Half a year of tier 3. Pint's been doing tier 2s mostly. Unless I've been wrong. You broke the stream on your side? What happened? Wait. What? Wait. What the fuck? It did not say that over here. Did you just Did you just seriously renew for 6 months? Jesus Christ, Pint. Thank you. It did not say that on my notification board. I thought it was a 2-month. I thought it was a... My sub has always been a 3-month. Like, doing it 3 months at a... Jesus. I'm sorry I never noticed, because I never get that notification. Because, like, on Streamlabs, which I still need to replace and get off of, it doesn't tell me that. Fuck. Thank you, Pint. Holy shit. Jesus. I'm now just, like, looking at it, because I could never... Weird. Okay. Unappreciative streamer, wow. No, Bae, don't you dare do that to me. Don't you dare do that to me. Holy fuck. It only says it the first time, I think. Okay, fair. It does. So it says it on the main page. Like I just looked back at I looked back on like the main page, but it doesn't say it on Streamlabs. Add to the reasons why I need to switch. Holy, the tasty discount. I mean, the discount is super valid, but Jesus Christ, thank you, Pint. That's fucking crazy. Wow. Fuck Streamlabs. I know. I've downloaded OBS. I am slowly making the move over. It's just gonna take me a while, and with everything, it's been really tough to do it. But I am making the move. I don't give them any of my money anyway, so it's fine. Also, now I got that 2x bonus. Oh my, yeah, you're farming for grains of salt. I see what you're doing. I see what you're fucking doing. Out of curiosity, Pint, how long is it gonna take you, do you think? Oh, just like during the Sword Nuzlocke. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is true. Cove caught your eyes, running a hand through his wet hair. Combing it back, he frowned.
Aww.
It's over. You're at 49.5k right now. Yeah, it's gonna take you a bit, but the 2x is gonna help a lot. The drops of rain clinging to his face almost could have been mistaken for tears. He sounded that disappointed. You were charmed. You're 1k ahead of me. It's that tier 2 and tier 3 sub-salt, right? There was still a spark of amusement dancing in his eyes from the sun shower, and you couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. What? Nothing. Just thinking about how fast you committed to getting soaked. He chuckled bashfully. You have also not been spending your grains, that is true. Yeah, it was pretty cool. You then looked over at your door and sighed. You knew Ma wasn't going to be happy to see you trailing water into the house. 1 year from now, when everyone's cashing in, is going to be yeah, my second year Twitchiversary is going to be a shit show. Cove rubbed his arm awkwardly. He must have been thinking the same thing because he watched you sympathetically.
It's okay.
You can draw off at my house if you want. My parents won't mind. Thanks, let's do that. Yeah? Okay. His whole demeanor brightened. You figured he must have felt relieved to help you avoid getting in any trouble. Cove led you inside, and you stayed close to him. We have a ton of spare towels. I just gotta dig them out of the hall closet. Thank you for doing this.
You're welcome.
No problem. It'll only be a second. Just hang out in the living room, but maybe don't sit on the couch. You answered him with a slight smile. Okay. With that, Cove disappeared and returned in no time, towels in hand. Here. Thanks. You accepted one and began to pat yourself down. A sudden call caught both of your attentions. I thought I heard voices. Cove's mom strolled into the living room with a curious grin.
Huh?
What happened here? You're both wet. There was a sun shower. Badass. Okay, Kira. Cove smiled back at his parent. We came inside to dry off. My moms don't want me going into my house when I'm wet.
Right.
So I told Cygnus to come back here. Oh, I forgot about her. Yeah. Yeah. It's Kyra. And that was my undoing. Oh, Alice, here we go again. That was very sweet of you, baby. She ruffled Cove's wet hair and laughed at the drops of water that shook off. Then a light came to Kyra's eyes.
What do you think?
I have an idea. Why don't we go for a drive? It has to beat standing around the house, and you'll air dry in no time. Cove only offered a shrug and a bent smile to his mom. He looked to you for a real answer. Yeah, let's fucking do it. Let's go for a drive. Fun. This'll be good. Kyra pulled out her cell phone from her pocket to call your moms. They had swapped numbers early in the summer.
See you soon.
I'll head on out to the garage. I'll meet you there in just a minute.
Sorry.
It's alright, my mom can be so pushy. She gets some idea in her head and that's what she does. That's okay. Thanks for letting me come. I didn't do anything. It's no surprise that among my entirely gay friend group, I am known as the gay one. That does not surprise me at all, Alice. That wasn't true at all, but you let him get away with that. Come on. Cove led you to the car, and Kyra wasn't too far behind.
Okay.
Alright, into the back, you two. Once the three of you were situated inside, Kyra started it and drove out of the residential area. When she hit the main road, the car sped up and she rolled all the windows down all the way. Car commercial time. You're right. Hang on. Hold that thought. All right. Test. There we go. I had to fix my mic around. This is just a flipped version of the car before. Yeah, it is. Luxury, style, and grace. Try the new Nissan Altima. Yours for an easy lease, 6 months 0% or 60 months 0% financing. Comes with 4 cameras, 3 backups, automatic parking, sunroof, optional heated seats, and 6 months of Sirius XM satellite radio. Nissan. Drive in style. Forgot you're a radio announcer. Hey, it's the day job. When she hit a main road, the car sped up and she rolled the back windows down all the way. Hey. Cove started laughing as he kept trying in vain to keep his hair from flying into his eyes too much. Meanwhile, you closed your eyes as the wind whipped against your wet clothes. God damn it, Salt, I subscribed so I wouldn't have to deal with ads. Volkswagen, Das Auto. I said this drive was going to be good for getting air dried. Yeah, but I didn't agree to this much air. Cove tried pressing the window button, but nothing happened. His eyebrows furrowed in frustration.
No way!
You disabled the back? Sorry, can't hear you. Kyra's a fucking troll. Smiling deviously, Kyra turned on the radio and turned it up to be heard over the wind. You laughed and enjoyed the event. You jokingly complained about the situation. Not a fan. You danced in your seat to the music. Let's go. You recognized the song immediately. Mouthing along to the words and moving about to the beat felt refreshing. Cove shook his head at you until he cracked a half smile. Slowly, he relaxed and bopped a little to the beat of the song himself. Then something struck the side of your leg. Several papers were freed from under the car seats and were blown about. Oh, they can't go out the windows. Cove began to haphazardly reach around the space to try and get it all back under wraps. By flipping the car, they made Kyra a car enthusiast getting the UK version for some reason. It's true, actually. That's really funny. She's a travel writer, though, so it could work. Amused, you helped. Mom, close the windows! Kyra offered no response other than a chuckle. She just kept driving. Cove snatched several of the papers out of the air, and you caught others, preventing most of them from flying out the window on your side. You showed Cove your collection while grinning widely. I think we pretty much got all of them. You figured if they were sitting out in the back of the car, they couldn't be important enough to get upset over, but Cove continued looking annoyed. Your smile started to slip, and at that his expression softened. I hope so. Thanks for helping. The sun set completely, and at that Kyra rolled up the windows. Cove let out a big sigh and released the random bits of paper he had in his fists. My mom is crazy. He ran a hand through his wind-blown hair and laughed with a bit of exasperation. You felt good, you didn't know what was happening anymore, you were fed up. The evening really had turned out to be more interesting than you had expected. Grinning, you were happy with your odds that whatever... Wow. Grinning, you were happy with your odds with whatever else happened next. Yes, she is, Cove. Crazy hot. So true. Cove watched you with interest until his focus was taken by a new comment from his mom. I bet you're not feeling damp anymore. No, but now I feel tricked. You sided with Cove, you sided with Kyra, you stay quiet, not touching this one. You shook your head and looked out the window. Kyra continued driving, the radio volume was adjusted for the closed windows, and everyone was sitting more comfortably. Kyra lowered the sound even more after pulling to a red light. She took the chance to turn around, and you caught her coy smirk. Oh no.
So?
Does anyone know what we drove past during the dry cycle? I'm not sure I want to. A movie theater. Okay, most places have one somewhere. It isn't that late, you know. We could probably still catch a show.
What?
Really, Mom? We don't even know what to be playing.
Come on.
That's what makes it fun. Aren't my moms expecting me back soon? That's the first question. You're gonna make his parents worried. Don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating impulsive behavior every day, but it's important to seize the moment when you can. We might never have another night like this. Wait, we met Cove's mom? I missed a lot. We met Cove's mom at the very beginning of the chapter. Also, hello, mommy. Yeah. So, Sombra, just to fill you in, at the beginning of part 2, you find out that Cove's mom is coming to stay for the summer. Apparently, Cove's parents are getting along well enough that she can stay for the entire summer. Though she's visiting town for the summer. Yes, we did. She's Queen of the MILFs. Yeah. Queen of the MILFs. The sun tattoo destroys me. Yeah, this is... Kyra is 100% like Kyra the Cougar. Like, holy shit. Kyra is the type of mom that I would run into at Crocodile Rock in Toronto when Crocodile Rock still existed. Fully. And don't worry, Cygnus. I said I'd watch over you for the night, not just 10 minutes or so. I'll put your parents in the loop about hitting the movies as soon as we get there.
That's,
She's probably not old enough to be a cougar, though. Disagree. Because let's do the simple math here. Assuming she was 20 when she had Cove, she'd be 33 now. 33 is an acceptable cougar age. If she was 25 when she had Cove, she would be 38. 38 is definitely an acceptable cougar age. And if she was 30 when she had Cove, she would be 43. And then she's definitely cougar age. Thought cougars had to be 40 plus. Cougars are a state of mind. There's no actual numbers attached to it. Cougar is a state of mind. "33 is very much a depends who she hits on kind of cougar." Yeah, fair. Doesn't matter. But how am I going to go inside barefoot?
It's alright.
We'll sneak in through quick. No one will notice. You can do it just once. Kyra's literally just rebel without a cause here. For example, if she hit on you, she would not be a cougar. That is true. That is true. Because I am old. That is true. If a 33-year-old mom hits on me, that is, she's not being a cougar. If a 33-year-old hit on me back when I would go to Crocodile Rock, though, she was definitely a cougar. Because I would go to Crocodile Rock when I was like 22. And why would I go to Crocodile Rock when I was 22? Because there were cougars there. Free drinks are free drinks. You shared a look with Cove. It was comforting that at least you were on this wild ride together. Remember when this game was like wholesome and sweet? Pepperidge Farm remembers. That was priceless. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Mara. This... The game is wholesome. Chat on the other end, and here we see chat sharing one brain cell. Once again, we know what we are. We're aware. We're not ashamed. Love it. Appreciate y'all. Kyra drove into the theater parking lot and shut the engine off. With the unbuckling of her seatbelt, she ushered you and Cove out. Despite being hesitant to leave, once outside, Cove burst into a sprint towards the cinema. You hurried behind, but you figured the cold tarmac on his bare feet was what was fueling him on ahead. Inside, you noticed there were no lines. All the current shows had already started. Kyra paid no mind and strode up towards the counter with some words of encouragement. A third of the running time is ads these days. We haven't missed anything. Meanwhile, Cove stood next to you awkwardly. He shifted from one foot to another and constantly kept looking around. His shady behavior would have made him much more likely to get caught than standing still would have if there was people around to really notice. It was pretty goofy. You offered him your shoes, you complained with him, teased him for it. I can give you my shoes. His eyebrows rose at the offer, then his expression softened into an appeased smile. That's really nice, but I think we'd get caught for sure if we started changing shoes out in the middle of the lobby. Alright. Eliciting a sigh of relief out of you, Kyra returned with the tickets in hand. She quickly herded you and Cove towards the showing room. I'm so sorry for the hiccup, but hold on, we've almost made it home free. Once we sit down, it'll be smooth sailing. Yeah, I was wondering. Pint had gotten really quiet. I had a funny feeling I got clipped. The lights were already off in the showing room, but the movie hadn't started yet. The upcoming movie trailers were still playing. Gotta say, Kyra was right.
Aha!
Yes! Keeping her volume at a hushed tone, Kyra couldn't help but burst with excitement over your luck. You followed her down the walkway until she spotted open seats in the middle-ish area of the theater. Kyra pointed at the seats, looking over her shoulder at you and Cove, waiting for input. Cove nodded, and you decided to give her a thumbs up, and she led the way. When you reached your seats, Kyra sighed contently. Cove gave a sigh of his own, and lifted his feet to sit cross-legged instead of keeping them down on the floor. Then he leaned over and whispered to you.
So...
You have any idea what the movie is? No, I didn't hear the name or anything when your mom bought the tickets. Oh boy. Fun fact, having a Netflix tab open is destroying Twitch's ability to hold up anything loading. Oh god. After a couple more previews, the main event began. It dawned on you quickly that this was a horror film. One about a group of students being haunted by dangerous ghosts. If this was me, I would be not impressed. Cygnus / Lefteris, though? Could live with that. Wasn't your favorite kind of movie, but you didn't hate scary movies either. You were willing to wait and see if it was dull or had some entertainment value. Glancing over at Cove, you noticed that he looked less than thrilled with the movie. He bit down on his bottom lip and stared at the screen with trembling eyes. Cove had never been a fan of ghosts or intentionally frightening things. That was something you'd learned about him early on. Remain still, tapped on the shoulder to get his attention, angled your body to be closer to him. Grab his hand. Please, 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 please. Tender grunts, hello! Welcome in. We are in a wholesome movie theater with our 13-year-old best friend who is definitely going to become our boyfriend later on. And we're watching a scary movie. How are you doing? Your fingers wrapped tight around his, and he jumped slightly at the unexpected touch. But his expression softened when he peeked at you out of the corner of his eyes. He gave your hand a squeeze to silently voice support. That made you feel good. I hope you're having a wonderful night, Tender. Sometimes the other people in the theater screamed, or jeered, or clapped, depending on what was happening. Your heart was pounding in your chest when the movie finally came to an end. The main character resolved the hauntings, but in a dark conclusion, they didn't make it out alive. Ooh, dun dun dun. Just got off a 13-hour shift. Damn! So you're beat. Yeah, that's understandable, but you've got 4 days off, so you're ready to hang back and chill? Hell yeah! This is a chill place to be. Glad to have you in here. I hope you get a chance to relax. Do you often do 13-hour shifts? Because that's stressful. Holy shit. You stayed to let the credits roll and for the theater to clear out. Then it was time to head back to the car. Both you and Cove took the same seats in the back of the car again. Even though it was late, Kyra was exuding an upbeat, cheerful energy. What a great flick.
I guess.
It wasn't so bad in the end. You enjoyed it, baby? No, I mean, it's hard to explain. I got really tense, and I guess that's the point of horror stuff. But I kind of don't want to have to feel like that. Now that it's all over, though, it was sort of cool to do.
Fantastic.
That's so great. Cygnus, how are you feeling? Yeah, it was awesome. Kyra smiled at that. 12 hours are the norm, but today went a little bit over due to short staffing. Holy shit. If you don't mind me asking, what do you do for work that you do standard 12-hour shifts? Are you in medicine? Because I feel like medical fields are often 12-hour shifts. Ah, yep, RN. Nailed it. Okay. Yeah. My brother's a paramedic and he does 12-hour shifts, so I was curious. Dang. Well, I'm really glad that your shift is over, and I'm glad, I hope you get a chance to just enjoy yourself and relax. An anesthesiologist, you know, does 24 on, 24 off. Holy shit. I couldn't imagine. Like, I've worked 16-hour shifts before, but it was because I was a slave to capitalism. That was wow. I still can't believe they died. It's nice when things aren't all obvious and you don't really know how the end is going to go until you see it, but I wanted it to go better. I demand a happier ending. I loved how it all fell apart when it seemed like things were going to be okay. Saw it coming. You nod along with what Cove was saying. You were interested in hearing his thoughts. It's her choice and it's what works for her, but I could never. Yeah, wow. I did an 8-hour shift once and broke down, crying 30 minutes before I got off. I don't know how y'all manage. I mean, Alice, like, simply put, I'm also an able-bodied person, right? Like, and it also depends on the job you're doing. Like, 8 hours standing and 8 hours in an office are not the same 8 hours, you know what I mean? When I was younger, I would do, like, 8-hour customer service, and I'd be beat. But, like, I've done 13-hour shifts at my job here, and it's not nearly as bad. Commencing the relaxing now? Hell yes, Tender. It's from the sheer tedium of it. Ooh, that's fair, too. If you don't have anything to do, an 8-hour shift is so boring. You and Cove spent the rest of the car ride absorbed in conversation about the movie. So, who's hungry? You were surprised when you realized Kyra didn't drive you home, but to a drive-thru burger restaurant instead. Yeah! Yeah, I'm hungry. I'm actually legitimately hungry. I'm gonna have a snack. I'm gonna have a midnight snack for sure. That's the spirit. Get whatever you want. A cheeseburger. And onion rings. With a milkshake. That's everything. Is that alright?
Of course.
That is A-okay. I'm sorry, if cute mom is gonna take me out for dinner and buy me anything I want, I'm not cheaping out. Yeah, and if you're doing something you're passionate about or a shitty minimum wage job, it's a huge difference for sure. The TDM is especially draining. Yes. I can't even stream for 8 hours because disability is great that way. Mara, that's super valid. I can only do it, like... It's interesting because I've done a 24-hour stream and I've done a 15-hour stream, but the 24-hour stream was easier than the 15-hour stream because the headspace I was in. When I did the 15-hour stream, I didn't know it was going to be 15 hours. It was very clearly setting up to be a 12-hour stream, and then people donated to extend the clock 3 hours right at the last minute, which made those last 3 hours so tough. But when I did the 24-hour stream, I knew in advance it was 24 hours, so I kind of planned and paced for it, and that was way easier. Again, though, I'm able-bodied, and so it was a lot easier for me to do. That's all you're getting? Listen, a burger, onion rings, and a milkshake, the milkshake kills you. Even as somebody who eats a lot of food, that milkshake, that's the game ender. I'm the Spiders, George, and loved when I got to do nothing for a whole shift, which is why my shit never broke. Yeah, fair. Good milkshakes are literally the best. I miss a good diner milkshake. I haven't had one in a long time. Kyra pulled up to the window and ordered what you asked for first. Then she decided to order one of everything on the value menu. Oh my god, okay. Kyra is me. Oh no, Kyra is me. When I go to a fast food place, I just destroy the value menu. That is what I do. It's so true. Hot take. Anyone who goes to McDonald's and orders the McChicken instead of the Junior Chicken, you're doing yourself a disservice. Get 2 McChickens. Way better. Or 2 Junior Chickens rather than a McChicken. Same, Nuggies. Junior Chicken is just Nuggies but in a sandwich. It's the best. Kyra pulled up to the window and ordered everything on the value menu. Yes. Whoa, what are you gonna do with all that? Eat it.
Really?
The whole menu? That's right. There are only maybe 10 things on it, and they're about $1 each. I can swing it, and besides, whatever we don't finish, I'm gonna feed to your dad. He'll be in heaven. Value items have a +5 to taste just from the savings alone. Tender. Tender knows. Tender, you know, you understand. Yes. The value is the flavor. It's correct. You don't have the Junior Chicken there? You have Nuggies, Chicken Selects. What the hell's a Chicken Select? The McChicken. And the Chicken Legend? What in the fuck is a Chicken Legend? I want one. Hang on. I'm looking this up right now. I don't give a shit. What the fuck is a Chicken Legend? What? Hang on. Look at that! Look how big that is! Yo! Comes hot and spicy mayo, or barbecue sauce, or cool mayo. Long burger. You have, okay. Okay, I take it back. Get the Chicken Legend every fucking time. It's in the name. Hot and spicy mayo Chicken Legend? I'm getting on a plane right the fuck now. Are you kidding me? Holy shit. It's like the chicken burger thing you get at Burger King? Really? Because I have intentionally not been to Burger King in years. You think DoorDash does international delivery? Yeah, can you just get that on a fucking plane? Holy shit, that's amazing. Round the world McDonald's trip. Listen, when I was in Japan, I had McDonald's in Japan. Japanese McDonald's is so fucking good, y'all. It has no right being that good. Teriyaki Mac? Yeah, exactly. The Teriyaki Mac is so good. I'm gonna... I want to ask Kai to pretty please smuggle a chicken legend to Canada for me. It's McDonald's. It'll still be good. We'll just have to microwave it. It'll be fine. Cove sighed affectionately at his mother's antics. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're quite welcome. A few minutes later, Kyra exchanged her money for multiple bags of food, which she quickly tossed you both in the back seats. Then she drove off into the night. We have a festive special menu too at the moment. Ooh, what's on that? Can you pass me something? What should I grab? Surprise me. You chose one of the wrap sandwiches and handed it to her. You had no idea if it was a burger or something else. Oma smuggles Franzbrötchen. Oh, yeah, true. That's true. Swiss Chalet does have the festive specials, too.
Thank you.
Festive crispy chicken burger? Oh my god. Thanks very much. Accepting that this was what was happening, Cove shrugged and started pulling food out of the bags for himself. Cove ended up with some onion rings, and he happily munched on them. You selected something randomly. Let's go. You weren't even questioning Kyra's crazy ride anymore. A festive stack? What the hell's a festive stack? And a festive pie? Okay, I know about the pies. What the fuck's a festive stack? Kai is definitely finding out about this. Oh, definitely. 100%. The adventure continued, and you were so preoccupied in the back that you didn't realize that the car had stopped. Kyra turned to look over her shoulder. Okay, party people. Seems like we've reached the end of the road. All of these terms I've never been exposed to. I'm learning so much about fast food in other countries right now. I found out that Canada had a thing for a short while called the Grand Big Mac, which was an even bigger Big Mac. Like, it was using, like, thicker patties. It was so fucking good. And apparently you couldn't get it in the States. At least the people I know in the States they were in couldn't get it. 2 100% British and Irish beef patties with red onion relish, white cheese sauce, bacon... Yo. Sombra. I need like 5 of those right now. Holy shit, that sounds fucking amazing. Oh my god. Crispy fucking onions? Are you kidding me? Jesus Christ. The one Canada item that we have is the poutine, is true. Confused, you checked out the window and saw nothing except empty road ahead. Then you noticed it, the now leaving sign. Kyra took you through the entire town. What are we doing here? Kyra turned the car around and parked it along the side of the road. I think you both could use a break to stretch your legs, and I doubt anyone is going to come through here this time of night. Besides, I need to make a call, so go on. I want to have poutine. Hell yeah, Sombra. You come here, I'll take you and we'll get good poutine. Popeye's poutine is surprisingly good. It is. It is surprisingly good. That's because it's got like a really nice chicken gravy, which is good. And they actually use real cheese curds, which is shocking. But yeah, I've had it, and it's not a bad price. You can get it for like $5. Like, I think on Fridays they do like a poutine deal and you get it for $5. You'll have it one day, but gravy scares me. Gravy is the fucking best. I love gravy. Cove shook his head and got out of the car without a fight. You followed Cove. You got out and caught up to Cove. He was busy looking at the stars and stretching his arms while he strolled around. It's just a bad texture for me. Aw, shit, I'm sorry, Alice. There are different kinds of gravy, but I can definitely understand how it might not matter. Alice, you might actually like brown sauce gravy. It's a veggie gravy, and it's not. I don't think you'd like it because it's veggie, but because it's like a mushroom-based veggie gravy, it doesn't have the same kind of viscousness that like meat-based gravies do. And brown sauce gravy is also just as valid to put on your poutine as a meat gravy. So like, maybe something to consider. But also, if you don't like it, you shouldn't force yourself to have it. Being here was pretty exciting. Being here was pretty cool. You were delighted with the wide open sky above and the unobstructed view of the landscape. It was freeing. Yeah, we haven't been here in 5 years. It's amazing we're all the way out here. Cove smiled, glancing from the stars to you. Shortly afterwards, you noticed Cove's expression changed. His eyebrows furrowed, and it seemed like he was thinking hard about what he wanted to say next.
I'm so sorry.
Cygnus, I'm really sorry for my mom being crazy tonight. She isn't always like this, seriously. Why is she being like this now? I think she feels she has to get out here and do things with me while she can, and she wants to make the time memorable. This visit has been really different than the others, and it didn't start off good. Yeah, we're in the exact same place as the runaway, it's true. Because last time we were here, he really wanted to see his mom. And now he's here with his mom, and he's not quite fully sure how he feels about it. It's a really clever detail. Oh, it's positioned in the same place as Runaway too. That's also really cool. There's a lot of leitmotif, if you will, basically happening here. Thinking about how Kyra's trip began this summer, you could understand why Cove was thinking along those lines. You probably wanted all the trouble to be worth it in the end. But yeah, also Alice, it is very true. If you were to ever have poutine around your Canadian friends and you don't like it, we won't judge you. And we will eat your poutine for you, happily. You're having a good time with your mom around? Yeah, it's still weird having her and my dad in the same house, but I love her. She's my mom. I like hanging out with her, most of the time. This brain has cursed me to probably not like poutine. Is the brain store accepting trade-ins? This one sucks. I would say try it with somebody who you know will finish it. And, like, for example, if it was me, and this is what I'm probably going to do when I introduce people to poutine, is I'm not going to order one. I'm going to order one for them, and if they like it, then I will order myself one. Or I'll order myself a small one, and if they like it, I'll get another one. It was silent between you both, so you jumped when you heard the sound of a car door closing. Cove, Cygnus! You turned to see Kyra by the driver's side waving. The sight brought a smile to Cove's face, and she quickly made her way over to where you both were standing. Thanks for waiting. I didn't mind.
My baby.
How did I end up with such a polite boy? She ruffled his hair, and Cove lowered his head, accepting the compliment. You thought about how interesting it was to see how Cove interacted with his mom. Then the memory hit you. That first summer, you and Cove came to this very spot in his runaway attempt to find his way back to his mom. And now you are all here together. Salt is very versed in dealing with someone with very strong bad texture issues. Hi, I'm Salt. I'll eat anything. Well, let's just go like that. Y'all are too sweet. Y'all are too fucking sweet. You whispered about it to Cove. Taking a step closer, you leaned in close to share the moment just with him. We're also too right. Listen! Well, after dealing with me for 25 years, he has lots of experience with it. Yup. Yup. I love my little sister to bits and pieces. She is the pickiest eater I've ever met. Isn't it strange that your mom took us here? This is where you went to try to see her when you moved to Sunset Bird. Cove flinched and his eyes darted over to his mom, worried that she heard. When he was satisfied she didn't, he turned back. Yeah, it's weird, but she doesn't know what happened. At least I'm pretty sure she doesn't. Really? Dad likes to tell her things are fine, so she doesn't worry. Nodded and kept the secret. Not my thing to tell. Cove looked at you gratefully, and you shared a conspiratorial smile. Anyways, it's kind of cool to be here, right on the edge of town. Exactly. We're standing on a precipice. I knew you'd get it. It's good to appreciate these times and places. Kyra let out a big breath of air. We should probably call it a night, huh? Let's go. I can't wait to collapse in bed. Kyra shyly smiled and gestured to the car. Quietly, you all made your way back to it. Kyra's trying really, really hard here, and I do appreciate that. Clip is in the Discord and Kai has been tagged. Oh my god. Cove naturally followed you, taking the seat nearby in the back with the collection of fast food bags still strewn about. You rested your head into the seat as the car roared to life. As you did, Cove leaned in close to whisper.
Hey.
I can talk to your moms if they do get mad about tonight for some reason. It was my mom's idea. You didn't have a choice. This was worth it, even if they get mad. Your mouth pulled into the biggest grin, getting a laugh out of Cove. If you say so. Cove smiled bashfully at you, but said nothing else. I got a free movie, I got a bunch of food, fuck, this is the best thing. They're in active insults Discord, so they're probably asleep. Yeah, I think they're asleep. The drive home was smooth and uneventful. The radio was off completely, and you felt your eyelids getting heavy. Your head came to rest on Cove. Yeah, let's be cute. You were too tired to keep your head up, and it felt quite comfortable there. Cove didn't have any issues there. He leaned into it. You must have been exhausted too. You were happy to stay close like that. It was warm and comfortable. When you opened your eyes, you expected to still be in the car, not your bedroom. It was somehow already morning. You couldn't remember how you ended up there. Sitting up in bed, you thought about how last night was quite an experience. It almost felt like a dream more than a real event, but it definitely happened. And you were glad you got to have some spontaneous escapade this summer. And that's that.